Hello, it's me, Leo Lovelace. I apologize for the delay on getting the stream started. I, having a hard time, not hard time, I should say. I was getting really anal about setting up this screen here to actually see, so you can see what I'm doing. Because I feel like how it looks right now is kind of small. Like, it might be hard for you to see everything clearly. So then I'm zooming in and it looks better, but then what I see on my screen and what you see on this screen isn't quite the same. So I was like, I spent like 10 minutes just going back and forth debating. Maybe I'll just zoom in a little bit. That's better. There are so many messages here in the pre-chat to catch up on. Oh my goodness. Hello, Leo. Hello, Cammy. Welcome to the stream. I hope that dog bite is okay. I actually, when I was a kid, like, I don't know, 4 years old or something, my grandpa was taking me on a walk. Like, whenever he came to visit, he would take me to the gas station nearby, and he would buy me a piece of candy. So it was always super hype. And one day, when he's taking me to the gas station, I get barreled over by a big German Shepherd. Excuse me, a big German Shepherd. And ever since then, I've been afraid of big dogs. 22 years later, still, I can be near big dogs. I've gotten better over time, but if they're really loud, like they bark a lot, or if they're really jumpy, then I get pretty antsy, and like I try and get away. I'm okay with small and medium-sized dogs though, but big dogs in particular, especially loud and jumpy ones, still make me antsy. But I do hope that that bite isn't bad. It wasn't a dog with rabies, thankfully. That is very important. Hello, Sebi. Welcome to the stream. New Leo lore unlocked. Yes. New lore. You never know when you're going to get a new piece of that dropping. Strawberry, hello. Welcome to the stream. I feel like I just need to go all the way back to the beginning of this chat and catch up. Let's see. I see Master was sending some messages. Hello, Master. If you're still here, welcome to the stream. Emusale also was here. Hello, Emusale. Welcome to the stream. What do you have here? Strawberry says, Peppa Pig is by far and away the best anime I've ever seen. Sebi, SpongeBob is the best anime ever made. Master says, my favorite anime is Family Guy, hands down. And Emusale says, mine is Cory in the House. That's a pretty stacked lineup of anime right there, I've got to say. I don't know how you could compare to those. It's going to be tough. But, you know, I'm seeing a distinct lack of something in these pre-chat messages. What is that something? I'll tell you. Scooby-Doo. Not one mention of Scooby-Doo? One of the greatest slice of life mystery anime of all time. Every episode, they just chillin'. They, trying to solve a crime, a mystery. Come on. Alright, let's keep going through these pre-chat ones. Catch up. Lots of hellos in chat. Hello, hello, hello. Let's go. I haven't seen more than 75% of these, so it'll be interesting to see what the top 100 are. Master. Hopefully you've seen more than... Oh, wait. I bet I haven't seen more than 75. 75% would be good. I haven't even seen 75%. I think, if I remember correctly, I've seen 67 out of the 100. Maybe 68. Somewhere around there. So like 2/3. Which... you know, not bad. Catching up. I hope whatever games you were playing were fun, Master. I hope whatever food you're eating is not too junky, Sebi. Oh wait, eating food that isn't good for me, but it definitely tastes good. So that's definitely junk food. The best tasting is usually the worst. Yes, agreed. Need to have a new patch to fix that. Yeah. I mean, I stan Taco Bell. I don't go as much as I used to, but for a long time, that was my treat myself junk food. And I would always feel like death as soon as I finished eating it, but I couldn't help myself. It tasted too good. How could I not? After I finish eating, I'll get back to designing my board game. Good luck with designing your board game, Sebi. That's a cool hobby. I feel like I might have tried doing that as a kid, and then I just realized how hard it is to actually have to come up with pieces and a concept and rules and everything. Or maybe it was a project in school, in like elementary school or something. I don't know. Clearly Shrek doesn't quite have a plot. I mean, Shrek is notorious. SpongeBob is S tier because SpongeBob. I guess you could argue the same for Shrek. Sebi wants a Sebi snack. You should get one then. I'm a big fan of snacking. They need to bring back the Flamin' Hot Gordita Crunch. I could not agree more, Emusil. I could not agree more. I'm pretty sure I ranted about how they took that away in my debut stream, which was 2 months ago to the day, by the way. If you didn't see my community post about how today is my 2-month anniversary. But I'm still upset about it. I don't understand why they did it. Crunchy Shrek, where does Cheetos come in? I'm not a huge fan of Cheetos, to be perfectly honest. Like, you know how at like Costco or grocery stores they sell those snack variety pack things? And it has like Lay's normal, maybe like Lay's barbecue, like a Ruffles, Cheetos, Fritos. Like it'll have some combination like that. Like Cheetos are the one item in that bag. I will always leave Fritos and Cheetos for last, and then I'll eat the Fritos, and then I probably won't eat the Cheetos and I'll just throw them away. Now there are the Flamin' Cheetos, which are a little, I think, better. But I don't like hate them. They're just definitely not my favorite. Looks good. I think it's more about your opinion rather than what rank it is. True. I just want to make sure that it's not like super tiny or pixelated or anything like that. Could I zoom in one more time, maybe? All right. That's not bad. That's pretty visible, I'd say. They need to bring back taco salad. They had a taco salad. There's a taco. Man, a lot of questions here. I honestly don't remember it either, but I always ordered the same like 3 or 4 things. Cheesy Gordita Crunch, chicken quesadilla, and then the third item changes. I've been liking the quesarito. They also had pork chop sandwiches. I don't know if I quite buy that, but they have had some really crazy stuff, so who knows? I mean, they had a grilled cheese burrito. They might still have that. There's like a steak grilled cheese burrito. You keep disappearing and then you appear. Such is the nature of watching a stream while doing something else, which is my status quo. I put a stream on, and then I like listen to it in the background while I do other stuff, and then every once in a while I might pop in to say something. But I'm usually a lurker, because I'm shy. I've been doing the steak quesadilla lately. Not bad, but I don't know how much I trust Taco Bell steak. I feel like it's a little chewy, but it's not bad to mix it up here or there. As a floating head, I got things to do. Then where are your hands, Strawberry? That's true. How are you typing if you're a floating head? I guess you could use text-to-speech if you're just ahead. I usually lurk. Sebi, we know you lurk. Like how you were lurking in my Monster Camp stream, and then you would just come in to say how you were gonna steal Miranda from me, Sebi. I still haven't forgotten. Don't think I have. You think I'll let that slide just because I see you made my winking face your profile picture? No, no, no. That might soften the blow, but I won't forget. I use my nose. Oh, that's interesting, Strawberry. That's gotta take a lot of talent. I've finally caught up on all of the chat messages. Goodness gracious. Well, thank you to everybody for being so active. That's nice to see. Got the whole squad here. All right. So, 13 minutes into the stream, what do we have here on screen? As the title might imply, believe it or not, this is a tier list of the top 100 most popular anime of all time, according to MyAnimeList, the website, and AniList, the website. So, I don't know how many of you guys and gals in the chat use either of those websites, but if you don't, or aren't familiar with them, they're basically like IMDb, but for anime, where there's pages for all the anime, and you can make a list of all of the anime that you've seen with what you would rate them. You can like add little comments to them. It's just like a nice way of tracking what you've seen and how much you liked it, and then you can also keep track of what you're currently watching. You have like a plan to watch list, so you can keep track of what you want to watch. My plan to watch list is incredibly long. I've seen like 370 something anime, and my plan to watch is like still over 200. And it just keeps getting longer because new anime keep coming out. I can never catch up. It's impossible. If Cory in the House isn't listed, I'm going to become a Pear Bear. Then I think you need to prepare to become a Pear Bear. Believe it or not, Cory in the House is not in the top 100 most popular anime of all time. Also, when I say top 100 most popular of all time, the way that that's determined is just the anime that the most people have watched. So it's not based on like average score or anything like that. That's a different list. This is just based on the anime that most people, or that the most people have watched. So it's most of the popular, well-known series. Sebi, I recognize very few of these. Sebi, no, no. Then you're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn. For however long it takes me to go through all 100, I anticipate probably 2 to 2.5 hours, depending how much I talk about each one. The longer it's been since I've seen it, the less I'll remember it, so we'll see. What the fuck? Something wrong, Sebi. That's a lot of anime watched. That's what happens when you're a weeb, Sebi. It's an unfortunate reality. You can't take your eyes away from all the anime. Now, to be fair, I did start watching anime in like 2013, 2014, so it has been like 10 years that I had to watch those 370 whatever. So, you know, it's not like I watched it all in 2 years. It's very spread out. I've watched a lot as well. That's good to hear, Cammy. Very cultured, hopefully, then. We'll see how much we agree on some of these. Great, now I'm going to fall on my knees and then scream no while it rains. Strawberry, that's the classic move. I've done that about 18 times myself. I average one of those per year. Something will put me into so much despair that I... Like, even if I'm super despaired, I wait until it's pouring rain just so that I can go outside and kneel in the middle of the road and scream at the top of my lungs. So everybody knows how distraught I am. Take time to binge watch it all. I'm torn between binging and weekly. I like weekly because it's more spread out, like it's less commitment to watch an episode a week. But when you have like 15 seasonal things that you want to watch at the same time, like I do this season, you know, it's kind of hard to keep up with 15 at a time. I'm not good at it. I can never do it. I've only started like 4 or 5 from the season so far, but they've all been pretty good. Do you have a spot for never watched? Master, that's a good point. I was gonna add one, I just haven't done it yet. No one can see your tears if it's raining. True. I did that over spring break. When I was in high school and college, the breaks were basically just anime binge. Like, I would binge an entire series a day when I was home on breaks. Like, I think I watched the entire Fate Unlimited Blade Works in a day or 2 days. I watched all of Steins Gate in like 2 days. There was a period where, like, my winter break in college, like a week straight, I did an entire series a day. I was no-lifing it. If it's love-related, then I probably know it. Helps me cope with my sad, lonely existence. Sebi, that is why my favorite my favorite manga genre is rom-com. All the fluff and the wholesomeness, amazing. In anime, I would say my favorite genre is like mystery thriller, but in manga, it's rom-com. But last season and this season, most of my favorite rom-com manga are getting adapted into anime. So I'm stoked. Like, this season has The Dangers in My Heart, which is probably like my #1 rom-com manga. And that's getting adapted, so I'm hyped. This season has Skip and Loafer. This season has Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible. It has Insomniacs After School. All of those are great rom-com series. I do the same until I realize computer day isn't until next week. Computer day was always fun. Leo, is your mental health okay? Shh. Who knows? That's a mystery that nobody will know except for me. We're the same. All right, Sebi, we'll see then, as they're going through this list. How much do we agree on things? Everybody. So, I will obviously say my opinions, whether they're positive or negative, but I respect everybody's tastes. I would never make fun of somebody or shit on somebody for not liking something that I like, or vice versa, for liking something I don't like. You know, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's a nice way to, you know, everybody finds enjoyment in media for different reasons. So the reason I like something might not appeal to somebody else, and the reason that somebody else likes something might not appeal to me, and that's fine. So it's totally cool if we disagree on some of our takes. Just let's all be relatively respectful of our differences in opinion. Because if there's one thing that annoys me online, it's when people just absolutely dogpile on you for liking something that they think is bad. We don't have mental health, Subby. There you go. Mental health is... Squat up. Strawberry, thanks for the reminder of the leash. Yeah, thank you, Strawberry. Yeah, there you go, Sebby. If you act out, Cammy's waiting for the chance to leash you up again. You nice person? How dare I? How dare I be a nice person? All right, I'm going to add another row, like Master had said earlier, for haven't seen, just so I can throw them in there. All right, and I'm just going to add a little tag after each one so it's clear. S is peak. Peak fiction. So S is going to be like probably in my top 10 of all time if it's in the S tier. A? What is A for? Amazing. I can't spell amazing, right? There we go. B is for pretty good. C is for decent. D is for meh. And F is for not my cup of tea. Actually, I'm just going to rename this as good, Because I feel like there's a big difference between pretty good and decent. So it's going to be peak fiction, amazing, good. Where the top of B is pretty good, and the bottom of B is just like reasonably good. And then C is decent, meh, not my cup of tea, haven't seen it. Can I zoom in one more time? No, too much. All right. No, Sebi, tell me what you were going to say. I can't in chat. Thank you, YouTube Automod. Keeping Sebi in check. There you go. And by keeping Sebi in check, that means he doesn't get leashed. Have to wait for him to slip up in a different way. All right. Where did my thing go? There it is. You should add J for edible. I'm not sure I see the correlation between J and edible. Unless you meant E. F is for Y. Yeah. Now, to be fair, I haven't seen very many anime that I would put in F. I used to be part of what they would call no drop gang, which is if you start watching a series, no matter how bad you think it is, you are not allowed to drop it. You have to watch it to completion. So that was when I was like forced to watch a bunch of stuff that I thought was a 4, 5, or 6 out of 10. But nowadays, if I watch the first episode of something and I don't like it, dropped. I don't have time for it. Why would you force yourself to watch something that you're not having fun watching? You know? Like, if I finish it, I think it's at least a 6. If I think it's worse than a 6, I probably ended up dropping it. Unfortunately, I have to. What? I'm nice. Oh boy. We got the Sebi vs. Cammy Civil War. Who's truly in the right? I don't think I know Pucha. I did force myself for my cousin. I mean, that's reasonable. You know, if your cousin or your friend or significant other, whatever, like if they really like it and they want to watch it with you, but you're not super into it, like, you know, maybe just suck it up. You know, if they're having fun with it, then especially if it's like a trade-off thing, like, you know, you watch something they like, they watch something you like. Now, I'm not a humongous fan of watching stuff with people if they talk during it. It drives me crazy if people talk in the middle of me watching movies or episodes or something. If it's like a quick question about something, that's fine. But anything more than that, I'm like, hello? Eyes on the screen? Mouth closed? Ears open to listen to what's happening? Thank you. However, I will also say that I've considered doing watch-along streams as something to do in the future. Like, I have so many things in my backlog. So if there's a popular show I want to watch, you know, maybe do a watch-along stream. If it's like a movie Monday, or watch-along Wednesday, who knows? Like today, Tier List Tuesday. Ho, look at all these ideas. Wow. Obviously, I can't show something on the screen, so it would just be a timer that you have to, like, sync up. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it at some point. A movie or, like, do, like, 6 episodes of a show at the same time, because that's, like, 2 hours. We'll see. Then you just have to listen to me eating popcorn the whole time, because I always have popcorn when I watch stuff. Cammy chose First Blood. I'll have to go back through the chat later and tally up the amount of strikes each person had. Just come to my house, we'll pog. Watch something in complete silence without interacting with each other. Share a nod as you depart. Maybe a wink. Oh my god, 27 minutes in and I haven't even ranked anything. I can imagine that. Yes, yes, yes. That's my favorite kind of thing. Experiencing that with another person is the best. Seeing their reaction is the best. So, I think, I don't know if you've seen them, Master, or anybody else for that matter, but a lot of times, like, after an episode that I really liked, like, if there was some insane plot twist, or if it was really sad, and I cried over it, then I'll go on YouTube and I'll look up, like, series, like, anime episode 18 reaction, and then I find one of those reaction compilations that has like 10 people at the same time, and then I just skip to the part that I thought was crazy or really sad, and then I watch to see how they reacted, because I want to feel validated. I want to know they reacted the same way as me. I just saw my profile picture on screen. There you go. Yeah, that's how you know it's legit. I'm getting better at winking. I really struggled when I started streaming. Excuse me, young Sebson. Sebson. Sebson is a good name. We're just too distracting. Only a little bit to distract me for 30 minutes straight. That's why I can never get off the stream at a reasonable time, because I'm so distracted keeping up with chat. How wouldn't you see your profile picture on the screen? I think that might depend on settings. Like in my chat, you can see people's pictures, but I could also change it so that you can't see pictures. Hololive Marvel reaction is the best. Audience reactions and reaction videos is the best. No Way Home was the best. I honestly haven't seen No Way Home. I don't think I've seen a Marvel movie since Captain America Civil War. What was that, 2016? I think that was the last one I watched. There's just like I want to catch up, but there's so many that it's so intimidating that I'm like, it's so much effort. Watch the Cliff Notes. Everybody else watches it, and then I hear what they say. But I could see Marvel being fun for reactions. The dude rarely winky dinky doos. I don't know, I might have to start doing it more now that I can actually get it to work. It's harder to do it with my other eye. I saw him crying earlier when I was looking through shorts. I may or may not have been crying in the short that I posted today, after Vera so rudely rejected me. Alright, I'm gonna get started. We just hit half an hour if not. Alright. I need to be able to get through this without losing my voice. Ah! Woo! Alright, I just worked my voice up again. Like, I'm already halfway through my tea. Okay. I think these are just ordered alphabetically, not in the actual order of, like, most to least popular or anything like that, so we'll just go. Number 1. First on the list. Ooh, drum roll. I know, I can drum roll pretty fast. I, may or may not be pretty decent at Rock Band drums. I'm better at guitar, but I was decent at drums. Anyway, number 1 is Akame ga Kill, which I think came out in like 2014. I'm going to try guessing the years of each of these. See how accurate I am. Leo understands me 99%. There you go. Akame ga Kill, yes, like 2014, 2015-ish. One of my friends recommended this to me. I thought it was pretty good. That's a really good anime. I love it. There we go, Cammy. We're more or less on the same page. Sebi, never seen it. I would recommend it. Now, interestingly, the anime and the manga have very, very different endings. Like, incredibly different. Because the anime ended before the manga did, so it went anime original. I actually prefer the anime ending. But I could see why people might like the manga one. Alright. Akame ga Kill. Man, it's probably been like 7 years since I watched this. I'm trying to remember. I really liked the main cast of... I don't remember, like, the name of their group. I don't remember a lot of their names, either. But I did really like the characters. I thought that was probably the strongest point. And I really liked how the story just kind of gradually picked up in intensity as it went along. And I thought the ending... Okay, that's another thing I meant to say. I'm not going to... Like, no spoilers for anything. I'm not going to say any spoilers. I hate spoilers. I won't even imply things. So, unless every single person in this chat has seen the anime, no spoilers. I never knew that, Leo. The more you know. So if you're curious and you really like the anime, you can look up the manga ending and just see how you feel about that. Darn. Anyway, so Akame ga Kill. I guess another thing I should say is that for me, with anime, I would say the most to least important thing for me in terms of like how much I end up liking it. Number one is just how much fun I had watching it. That's the most important thing. Number two, the story. Like, story is the thing that I care about the most. Number three, the characters. How much do I like the characters? Number four, the music. And number five, the animation. Now, I know it's anime. It's all about the animation. How is that the least important thing to you? I'll watch something, even if it doesn't look good, if the story and characters are good. But it could look like the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life, but if I think the story is boring or I don't like the characters, I'm not going to watch it. And that's basically my logic there. So, Akame ga Kill did well in terms of story and characters, and it looked good. I don't really remember the music. Goes to Wikipedia. I need to be able to relate to it in some way. I get that. I think a lot of like in my top 10 to 15 anime of all time, a lot of them made me at least tear up. And I think the reason they end up ranking so high for me is because if it got me a little bit emotional, then that means that I like really connected with it, I guess. So that's why a lot of my favorites are ones that hit me in the feels, so to speak. Either hit me in the feels, they were a ton of fun to watch, or they had an incredible story. That's at least one of those is what it needs to hit my top. Not while waiting on new episodes of Demon Slayer. I haven't seen the first episode of the new season yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Demon Slayer's good. Demon Slayer is definitely in the top 100. Yep, there it is right here. So we'll get to it. Okay, Akame ga Kill. I would recommend it. I would put it in B. I'd say it's good. I think I gave it like a 7.5 out of 10. Are you sure it's not because you don't want it to be too good to be true? I don't mind too good to be true. Makes me feel good for a minute. I haven't seen any of them. Sabby. You need to tell me you've seen at least one of the shows that we talk about in this stream. Alright. You need to see the new season so good. Part of the reason I haven't watched the first episode yet is because I think it's like 45 minutes long, right? Or an hour. And just because it's longer and I'm lazy, if it's 20 minutes, easy. If it's 40 minutes, I need to like hype myself up to watch it. It's more commitment. But I will definitely get to it. Next up, Angel Beats. I believe Angel Beats was like 2010. It was also one of my first anime that I ever watched. It was like in my first 10. So I'm pretty nostalgic for it. I have a soft spot for it because of that. I would say the thing that I remember the most fondly about Angel Beats is the music. Music in that series is amazing, especially the insert songs. I really like insert songs, and there's a bunch of good performance scenes. And if you've seen it, if you know, you know, there's that one insert song during that one really sad scene towards the end that just killed me. Every time I hear it, I'm like, please, I'm in public. I'm around people. Why'd you come on shuffle in my playlist? I don't want to cry in front of people. Come on. Baseball. Baseball. That's the key word. If you've seen it, baseball, insert song. You know what I'm talking about. And I also teared up at the ending. However, was not a huge fan of the story because it felt a little too fast. Like there wasn't enough time to really make me care about all of the characters. Like I cared about some of them. I liked Yuri. And I liked the guy with like blue hair, who's like the main character's best friend. But there was a romance piece in it that I didn't really care for because it felt so rushed. Like when it like kind of came up, I was like, wait, what? Like, since when is there romance in this? If that makes sense. So I think it could have benefited from being longer, but the visuals, the music especially, were both really good. And it did make me tear up a couple times. Angel Beats remind me of that one episode where Yuri told Angel the cue cards are cucumbers. I can't say I remember that, but I did really like Yuri. Yuri was my favorite character in the series. I know someone with blue hair. Ooh. I'm adding that to the haven't seen pile. That's a classic right there, Sebi. Girls Dead Monster slaps. Yes, Josh. Completely agree. All the Girls Dead Monster songs are bangers. I wish they were on Spotify. I don't think they're on Spotify. I have them on iTunes. I know iTunes. Who even uses that anymore? Me, because that's the only place I have the Girls Dead Monster songs. Anyway, I would also put Angel Beats in good, but I would put it at the back end of good. Like, it's good. It's better than decent. But I think it could have been a little better if it was like... I think it was like 12 or 13 episodes. Like, if it was like 16 episodes, I think that would have been enough. I've watched maybe a fifth of these. Hey, a fifth is better than none. All right. Next up, Anohana. Haven't seen it. I hear it's really sad. I also hear it's good. It's on my plan to watch list, but I have not seen it. After that, another. This was another. So punny. Another of one of the first anime that I had seen, probably like in my first 15-ish. And I did mention that mystery and thriller is one of my favorite genres. So, another is very good in that sense, in terms of like trying to, like up until the very end of the last episode, it kept me guessing. Like it had good use of cliffhangers to keep me wanting to watch. It like kept plot twisting, kept revealing things up until the end. I was trying to figure things out until the big reveals. So it was very good in terms of keeping my interest. I do think the ending... I'm blanking on the word that I'm looking for. I don't want to say it seemed completely out of nowhere. But it did seem like it got super, super fast towards the end. Like, the first half was very slow and I think well-paced in terms of, like, building up the mystery. And then it all of a sudden, like, hit overdrive. I was like, oh, shit, like, stuff is happening left and right. I'm trying to look all over the screen to keep up with what, like, you know, what... But it did a great job of setting the tension and the mood. Story was pretty interesting. Characters were okay. I don't remember them very much, aside from the main girl with the eye patch. I think her name was like May or something like that. May Misaki. So I would also put another in good. And I'd probably put it behind Angel Beats. Mix of both. Okay. Nani? Is that Nani because I haven't seen Anohana? And before Leo Lovelace Anohana watch along, and then it's just me crying at the end. Except for real instead of just using my crying face. Chunibyo is the first anime I'll have an opinion on, so I'll let you cultured gentlemen hash it out until then. Hey, at least it's in this first row. Hello, please don't subscribe. That's not true. Please don't subscribe. Please do subscribe if you haven't already. But hello, please, welcome to the channel and the stream. All right, next up, Assassination Classroom. Haven't seen it. I watched the first 6 episodes of season 1. And I thought it was okay. And then, for whatever reason, I just never kept watching it. I plan to go back and watch it. But as of now, all I've seen is the first 6 episodes. I hear it's very good, especially the ending. LOL, what? Have I disappointed you already, please, that I haven't seen Assassination Classroom? I'll get to it, I promise. But so far, I haven't seen it. Haven't seen it either. Who would have guessed? There you go, Sebi. We're the same again. The middle parts are so good. Of Assassination Classroom? Maybe it's just that the beginning is like a little slower to get going. I liked the setup, but I feel like I needed to watch it more to really get invested in the characters. And maybe that's why I didn't finish it. But I definitely will go back at some point. I could probably even split this haven't seen into like haven't seen but plan on it. Haven't seen but plan on it and haven't seen but don't plan on it. Both of these would be in plan on it. You need to watch it. I definitely will, please. I definitely will. Whenever I can find the time to work through my backlog. I've read the entire manga. It's 100% worth it. Nice. I haven't read a ton of manga, like beginning to end, that got adapted into anime. Tomo-chan is a Girl was one of the first manga I ever read, actually, front to back, and that just had an anime last season. I thought it was okay. I like the manga more than the anime. Main character is very traumatized in Assassination Classroom. I have a feeling a lot of them probably are. There's a guy named Karma, right? He seemed cool. All right. Next up. This has got to be one that, like, all of you know. Attack on Titan. Where does Attack on Titan go? Just kidding. Absolutely not. Attack on Titan goes all the way up in the top. S. Peak Fiction. One of the greatest things I've ever watched. I still haven't seen the thing that just came out last month. But I've seen everything before that. Never watched Sebi. You better be lying to me right now. Attack on Titan, in my opinion, has one of the best stories in all of anime. Characters, didn't care about them at the start, if I'm being honest. However, the character development across all the seasons, now it's like regardless of what side they're on, there's so much morally gray in terms of like the sides and the switching factions and stuff. I really like that. I really like how all the characters keep developing, making me interested in them. Even if I had no, like, I could have cared less about a lot of them. And now, like, I like most of them. I don't want anybody in this show to suffer. Unfortunately, everybody suffers in Attack on Titan. But I wish they didn't. But they do. The story is just like, there's so many plot twists and reveals. It was so well planned out. I know the ending is supposed to be contentious. I've been a little bit spoiled on it, not completely. So we'll see. But Attack on Titan for me is one of those shows that just like, it hits everything. The visuals, like all the fights in the early seasons, amazing. The music, the composer is Hiroyuki Sawano, I think. And Kota Yamamoto in the newer seasons. Both do an amazing job. Story, again, like just one of the best things that I feel like I've ever experienced. And since story is my number one, makes sense to me that I would end up putting it all the way up in peak fiction. I'm really looking forward to the ending, but I am a little apprehensive after seeing how many people seem to be iffy on the ending. Isn't that all shonen? There's definitely a variety of stuff in this list, please. It might just be at the top. There's a lot of shonen, but it should get more varied as it goes on. I got into Citrus as my first manga without knowing what it was about. What a surprise. If Citrus was my first manga, I don't know if I would have read any more manga. To be honest. I think I read the first like 2 or 3 volumes and then I dropped it. I was, the art was really good. I can't say I cared for pretty much anything other than that. Okay, I liked the main, like, the gal girl. What's her name? Like, Yuzu or something like that? I liked her. And I liked the art. That was it. Leo Karma almost killed someone a lot of times. Hey, that'll make him crazy. He's a wild card. Never watched it. Sebi. It's shocking the end is. I guess we'll find out. I can't wait for Attack on Titan. This is the final season, part 5. Yeah, they said this is the final season, final part, but then, like, the final part that's supposed to come out this fall will get delayed or cut in half, and then... who knows? Citrus slaps, y'all bugging. The art slaps. Can't wait for Attack on Titan the musical. For real, the final season. Attack on Titan the musical would be crazy. Singing while they're flying around on the gear. I think Karma did kill someone. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, just given what I know of his character. Also, welcome to the stream, Worthless. Hopefully you don't get too triggered by my opinions. Alright. Maybe they weren't paying attention to his tryouts. Yeah, I mean, if I tried really hard to be a good harmonica player and they weren't paying attention, then... you know, they gotta learn a lesson. Okay, next up. Banana Fish. Haven't seen it. I heard the main 2 characters are pretty good. Don't have anything else to say about it. I haven't seen it. What is this? Black Clover. Haven't seen it. I am a little interested in Black Clover, though. I might watch that. I was turned off at the start because the main character screams so much in all the clips I saw. I was like, this is annoying. This is obnoxious. I don't want to see it. But then I kept seeing clips of like fights later on. I was like, oh my god, this is hype. The animation looks really good. I hear the main character doesn't scream as much. I'll probably start it at some point. It would be hours of play if Attack on Titan did another one. It would be really long. Citrus felt like a lesbian story written for old straight men. I could see that. I feel like a lot of Yuri stuff is probably written by guys. So it just has like that male... like stuff that a male audience would like. But I have seen some pretty... well, I'm thinking like the best Yuri that I've fully completed would be Bloom Into You. the manga, because the anime didn't adapt the full thing. The manga for Bloom Into You is amazing, and I believe the author is a woman. But then there's another Yuri I like a lot. I think Kase-san and Yamada. And I think the author of that is male. I'm not sure. But I thought they were. But Bloom Into You is like peak Yuri. And I believe that was written by a woman. So far, I've ranked 0. I'm sure there'll be at least one, Sebi. It was spoiled at work, F tier. Damn. One of my work friends actually really likes Black Clover. I'm guessing the two main characters of Banana Fish are Banana and Fish. That would make sense. Bloom Into You, best Yuri. Good opinion, Josh. I agree. I agree. Next up, Bleach. One of the big 3 shonen. Haven't seen it. I am a little interested in Bleach. I know there's the new season airing that a lot of people, or just aired, that a lot of people seem to like. I really don't like really long shows. Too much commitment. If it's more than like 24 episodes, it's a hard sell. To me. Like, I don't want something that's going to take me 3 years to watch all of. If I'm only watching a couple episodes here and there. Never seen it? You and me both, Sebi. I've only read the manga for Bleach. I heard the manga's good. I really like the character designs in that series. I think, I don't remember the author's name. Kubo, maybe, or something like that. They have very good character designs. I'm gonna go faint from Sebi's profile picture because it's so cute. Gotta go. Alright, see you, Strawberry. Here's another one. My eye keeps twitching. There we go. Omae wa shinderu. Nani? Next. If you're watching one of the big 3, go for One Piece, trust. I do hear One Piece is the best. However, One Piece is also the longest at over 1,000 episodes. Spoiler alert, I haven't seen One Piece, but 1,000 episodes is very, very hard to sell me on. If I watched an episode a day, it would take me 3 years to catch up. And I would definitely not watch an episode a day because there's so many other things I want to watch. So it would take me more than 3 years, and then more episodes are going to come out over those 3 years, so it'll take me even more than that. Like, it would probably take me like 5 years. It's such a commitment. I also really don't like the character designs in One Piece. I don't know if that's a hot take. You know, if you like them, totally fine. Again, I respect everybody's opinion. I don't like the character designs. They're unique. They're like very stylistic. I think it's clear to look at something and tell, oh yeah, that's a One Piece character. So it's good in that sense. But personally, like my personal tastes, not super into it. Slow burn, but it's worth the wait. Yeah, it seems like that's what a lot of people say. But then it's like, you know, oh, you know, it gets good at episode 120. Oh, it gets good at episode 208. Like, I don't want to have to watch 200 episodes before it gets good. One Piece scares me. Me too, please. Designs change after time skip. I feel like I've heard that. And I feel like I've seen like pictures of like Nami from the beginning and then Nami like recently. And it seems better, but it's still not quite up my alley. I don't know. We'll see. Next, I think this is Blue Exorcist. Haven't seen it. This looks really bad. It will definitely fill in more up here. Don't worry. Like I said, I've seen 2/3 of the stuff on this list. So I guess there's just a lot of stuff at the top of the list that I haven't seen. Speaking of which, Bungo Stray Dogs is next. Haven't seen it. Both of them are on my plan to watch list. Blue Exorcist and Bungo Stray Dogs. I think Bungo Stray Dogs just had like season 4, and then like season 5 just got announced or something. All right. We're getting into better stuff now. I've seen almost everything at the bottom of the screen now. So I'll actually have stuff I can talk about. I started watching 3 months ago One Piece, and dear lord, I had a nosebleed. After the glow up, after the time skip. I don't have anything at the top of the list. Oh my god. Are you that disappointed in me, please, that I haven't seen it? It's very triggering for people with bad pasts IRL, and it was announced recently. I guess that's a good trigger warning then for people who are thinking about watching it. Blue Exorcist, I think that's pretty good. One of the few anime I actually remember a lot of. Did Blue Exorcist get a new season announced recently too? I feel like I might have seen that it did. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. But the manga is still ongoing, even if the anime is not. Yes, I'm sorry, please, I'm sorry. They are on both of those, Blue Exorcist and Bungo. They're both on my plan to watch list. So hopefully I'll get to them eventually. I think I love Blue Exorcist. Loved isn't fast. I'm assuming they mean loved as in they really liked watching it, and the opinion hasn't changed, but... next up. Bunny Girl Senpai, or Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai for the full title, but I just call it Bunny Girl, because the whole title is dumb. Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl. Let's see. So I have not seen the sequel movie. I only saw the main series. So I guess that's another thing for the series here. If it's multiple seasons, like, I'm just gonna rank it based on what I've seen of it. So Bunny Girl, I've only seen the first season. I have not seen the movie. And I know that they announced another movie. I think it actually comes out soon. First season I thought it was a mixed bag. I really liked the girl on the cover here. I really liked the visuals. There were certain things that, like, because it was split up into like 4 arcs, right? The first arc with I thought was pretty good. The second arc was with, what was her name? Rio, the girl with the glasses. I thought that was also solid for the most part. Then there was the arc with, like, my sister. I wasn't as into that. And then there was the arc with the main character's sister. And I thought that was decent again. I liked the Mai and Sakuta ship. But I wasn't, like, blown away with any of it. I liked it, like, when I first watched it, I think I gave it an 8, and then over time I've dropped it to, like, a 7. I still enjoyed it. But I don't think it's as good as I used to think it was. And one thing as well with it, so for people who have seen it, the first arc is Mai, the bunny girl. And at the end of it, you know, there's that scene where Mai and Sakuto, like, you know. It's not really a spoiler. But I still don't really want to say. But at one point, Mai slaps Sakuto. And I felt that, like, it seemed like that was totally out of left field. I didn't like that. And then I looked at the source, and she doesn't slap him in that. She hugs him. But for some reason in the anime, they changed it to a slap. The hug made way more sense. And they're like, nah, I know that she hugged him in the light novel. We're gonna make her slap him. That seems better. What? Huh? Why? That don't make no sense. I never finished it, C tier. I actually hate it now, /J. Bunny surprised me. Good either way, you skipped an arc. The one I skipped was with, like, the previous girl that Sakuto liked, I think. And I think that's, like, the movie. But I guess there's, like, a precursor, like, smaller arc in the main series. I remember there was an episode or two where she showed up. Either way, I would put Bunny Girl in C. I would probably put it, like, towards the top of C. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't like blown away. Slap, hug, I'll take what I can get. Oh man. Simp energy with Sebi. I mean, when it's somebody cute like Mai, why would you not? All right, next. Chainsaw Man. Now, Chainsaw Man. This is probably one where I might not have as popular of an opinion as a lot of people. I was not blown away by Chainsaw Man. I thought it was just okay. I can see why people would like it a lot. But I think the anime didn't really get to anything that I was like super interested in. Like, it was fine. It wasn't bad by any means. I thought the hotel episodes were good. I liked Makima as a character a lot. I think she's very interesting. I really don't care about Denji. Like, for the most... Like, I sympathize with him. For sure. And, like I don't think he's a bad character. But I don't... I was just like, eh. Like, he never really interested me. And that's how I felt about pretty much the entire cast. Except for Makima. And, the guy with the man bun. Aki, was that his name? Or like Hayakawa, something like that. I thought he was good. Visuals in Chainsaw Man are excellent, excellent. Like, the art, amazing. The animation, like, I thought the cinematography of it was nice. Like, the way that they really treated it. Whatever. I don't know. The way that they... I think that was kind of unpopular, I guess, in Japan or with a lot of people. But I really liked that. The music was pretty good. And I did think the story was interesting. I think the weakest part for me were the characters. Haven't seen it. Midsaw Man. Damn, that's the strongest opinion we have here. Midsaw Man. Seen lots of art from it. Oh yeah, I've seen a ton. Chainsaw Man art is everywhere. For me, it's like mid-B tier. I think that's respectable. Pochita, best boy. Okay, true. Pochita is a very, very good boy. You need to protect Pochita. Did you get treated like Denji, aka a dog? I don't think I've been treated quite that badly. There's no master manipulator like Makima around me. Aki man bun. I don't know how else to just... Like, I wouldn't say it's like a ponytail either, but like... Oh, what is that thing then? Like, I know it's not a man bun. But if I don't call it a ponytail, because I don't think it's that... Like, I don't know what else to call it. I would say Chainsaw Man is in C for me. I'd probably put it in front of Bunny Girl. Because I think it has potential, and I think it will get a lot better as they introduce like more characters or spend more time developing them, or as the story can really get going. But just based on the first season, which is all I've seen, I think it's like, it needs more time to really like pique my interest. Half pony, a bun, and pony put together. It is a ponytail. As someone with hair similar to him, that happens when I tie my hair up. Okay. I guess now I know then. That would be considered a ponytail. I think part of why I didn't really consider a ponytail, off the top of my head, I'm trying to picture it, and I feel like it goes up rather than then down. And whenever I think about ponytails, I think about it going down. But maybe that's just because it's tied up and not like let loose. Because his hair is kind of long. Either way, I did like him as a character. Him and Makima were the bright spots, I thought. Denji was the weakest point. But I hear a lot of people say that Denji is like peak protagonist, so I assume he gets a lot better as it goes on. I don't know. I'm sure it will get more seasons. It's too popular not to. So we'll see. But for now, I'd put it in C. It's because it's not long enough. Okay, that makes sense. You're gonna hate what happened. I've been spoiled on a couple things, unfortunately. I know it gets pretty brutal, pretty dark. It's impossible to avoid spoilers on Chainsaw Man, I feel. Anybody who has, great job. Because I haven't. I've gotten spoiled on numerous things. Top Knot. I just missed that comment. But that, I guess, is another way to put it. Okay. Bang this one out fast. Charlotte. Haven't seen it. I heard it was only okay. I mean, maybe I'll get to it. I don't know. Master, it's Chunibyo time. There you go. First one that you've seen. Chunibyo. I liked Chunibyo a lot. I've seen the whole series. Season 1, Season 2. And the sequel movie. I only watched the sequel movie relatively recently, I think. But I liked it a lot. I think Rika is a very fun female lead. I really like the ship of Yuta and Rika. I think they're a good, cute couple. I would say they're in my top 25 anime couples, actually. Believe it or not, I do have a top 25 anime and manga ship list. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but I know that the Chunibyo couple is on it. I also like Nibutani a lot. I think she's a fun character. I think the comedy is very consistent. I think I am a KyoAni simp. I really like their animation style and their character designs. So I love the visuals. And I thought it had a good ending. Like the way that the movie wrapped everything up, I thought it was very fitting for the characters. Overall, I would say it's a solid rom-com. I wouldn't say it like blew me away. It didn't like make me emotional, really, aside from like one scene in season 1 with Rika. But I thought it was a lot of fun. I got spoiled 50-50 to me. I just know the chainsaw guy's got a weird head. That's it. I mean, yeah, his head's a chainsaw. Suicide warning. Ooh, that's another one. I guess like Bungo Stray Dog's a good warning just in case. A not S. It's got a few things wrong with it, plot holes and unexplained lore, but it's nice. Dekamori and Nibutani are funny. I thought Dekamori was a little annoying. She had some funny scenes, but I think I wouldn't have minded if she cooled it or took it down a notch. But I do agree that the Dekamori and Nibutani, their like rivalry thing, pretty funny. All right. I would put Chunibyo at the top of B. I wouldn't say it's amazing for me personally, but I thought it was very, very good. Like that's a solid 8. I guess you could consider like peak fiction for me is like between a 9 and a 10, like a high 9 or a 10. Amazing is like a 9. B good, I would put as like an 8. Decent, I would say somewhere in the 7. So, all right, the top of B would be like 8.5, and the bottom of B would be like 7.5. C would be like, top of it would be like a high 7.5, and the bottom of it would be like a 6.5. Meh would be like a 5, and then F would be like below a 5. I'm working to watch it. Yeah, I would definitely recommend it, Cammy. I just noticed that my screen is a little under the chat. I'm gonna fix that. There we go. Now it's not under the chat. B plus is amenable to me. That's good too. Yeah. I mean, my average score out of the 300 whatever I've watched is a 7. So for me, if I rate something an 8, I think that's, like, it's very good. Considering that 7 is my average after hundreds and hundreds of things. But for that reason, I also don't think 6 is bad by any means. Like, a lot of people see 6 and they're like, oh, this is garbage. Like, no, it's not. 6 is, you know, it's good. It's all right. It's not great. It has some merit to it. It might have been enjoyable in some ways. But it's not bad. I would say below 5 is bad. All right, next up. Oh, and if it wasn't obvious, each of these tiers I am ordering from favorite to least favorite in the actual tier. My OCD is saved. I can't believe I didn't notice until now. 5 or lower goes to the Shadow Realm. True. I don't finish things that are 5 and lower anymore. I still had the tea bag in my tea and it hit me in the nose when I just took a sip. Gross. Alright, next up. Clannad. Pop quiz. What do I think about Clannad? If only I had Jeopardy music to cue right now. Ding, ding, ding. The answer to what do I think about Clannad is Clannad is my all-time favorite anime. It's pretty old. It's like 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. It was one of the first anime I watched. And it is still, even though I watched it back in 2014, coming up on 9 years ago, because I watched it in like fall of 2014. It is still my #1 favorite anime after all that time. It's KyoAni, which is one of my favorite studios. I really like the cast. I really like the relationship progression across the 2 seasons. I cried a lot at some of the stuff that happens in the 2nd season. If I hear some of the songs from those scenes, even now, I will instantly just start tearing up. Like, those scenes really hit. They really resonate. They're very, very well done with the amount of build-up and what actually happens in those. If you've seen Clannad, the sunflower scene, the field of sunflowers scenes, and the train scene right after that are like, honestly, I think those are some of the best scenes like in anime ever. I absolutely love them. Like, what they mean for the characters, what it means for the story, how emotional it is. Incredibly, incredibly well done. Like, it's not super long. It's not short. It's like 45 to 50 episodes, something like that. Very worth the journey. If you like romance, I think Clannad is like one of the best romance dramas that there is. Music, amazing. I have the soundtrack on CD. There's a lot of great tracks. There's a lot of very memorable tracks. There's a lot that, like I said, they make me tear up as soon as I hear them. Characters. The main character is Tomoya. He is one of my favorite characters of all time. I would say he's my #2 protagonist of all time. #1 being Okabe from Steins Gate. I could say a lot of good things about Clannad, basically. But it is phenomenal, in my opinion. I do see, you think of weird eyes. That's what I think. You know, that's a fair point. I think the character designs are not for everybody. I think it helped that it was one of the first anime I watched, because if I was more used to it and then I went back to watch it, the eyes might have bothered me. but I don't mind too much. Let's see. I mean, a whole tier list or ranking should follow a bell curve if to be realistic, so most should be 4, 5, 6, and that average not that bad. So yeah, exactly, Master. And my ranking very much does follow a bell curve, where like 7 is the tip of the curve, and then it moves down from there. Get teabagged. I got literally teabagged. Yep. I'm not sure how to pronounce that first name. Subaru? But yeah, Subaru. I got teabagged. Now you know what I think, Cammy. My favorite anime of all time. 11. Yes. I think the first season is an 8, and I think the second season is a 10. It's your fave. You are right, Josh. It is my favorite. I watch 90% romance, 9% other genres, and 1% hot gas. Then I think you should consider checking out Planet. The first season is very much rom-com, with like a heavy focus on the comedy and like character drama. The romance is like a subplot, but the second season, the romance is a lot more important. Does the Dango song make you cry too? The Dango song, the actual Dango song does not. But the instrumental version of it, which is Nagisa's, Nagisa is the main female character. The instrumental version of it is her theme song, and that makes me tear up. But the main song doesn't. Now, if somebody edited the main song to the show or something, then it might. But I think it's a great, great, great character drama and a good romance. New here, just listening while doing work. Welcome to the stream, Subeiro. I hope you enjoy. I hope it's interesting. I mostly watch slice of life comedy. You know, watch what I can't have. Oh, master. I will watch it. I hope you like it if you do watch it, Cammy. You'll have to let me know what you think. Yep, you pronounced my name kinda correct. Kinda correct is better than completely incorrect, I guess. I could also just say Freeman. I can't mess up Freeman. Alright. Wow. We're an hour 19 minutes in, and we've done 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I've only done 16 out of 100 in an hour and 19 minutes. I gotta speed this up. And I'm also talking so much that if I don't speed it up, I'm gonna lose my voice by the end. Oh my goodness. All right. Next, Classroom of the Elite. I enjoy Classroom of the Elite. It's another one where I think it's a solid, like, mystery. I feel like there's a lot that I don't know what's going on, and it's fun. Like, the main character, Ayano Koji, it's fun seeing how he, like, comes up with these plots to get his class to win in these different challenges. Like, it just... I just, like, lost my train of thought. I think the characters are simultaneously one of the stronger and weaker aspects of it. Like, I really like Ayano Koji as a character, and I like Kei, who's one of the main characters of the second season. I liked Horikita a lot in the first season, but I felt like some of the stuff that she did in the second season was kind of like mind-bogglingly dumb. Especially for her, because I thought she was one of the smarter people, so when she was making some of the decisions she did, I'm like, in what world do you think that's a good idea? Objectively speaking, how could you possibly come to the decision to do what you just did? Why? So I was a little annoyed with some of the stuff that she did. But I do very much like just the suspense aspect to it. And I enjoy Ayano Koji as a protagonist. A lot of people are like, oh, he's just edgelord self-insert. I don't think so. I like it. Own it? Haven't watched it yet. Oh, you have the Blu-ray? I used to collect a lot of Blu-rays, but I sold a lot of what I had. Ryder was running out of gas. It's a long series. It's so good, I love it, and I want a new season. You're in luck, Cammy. There's a season 3 this year. I think probably in spring. But I'm also looking forward to it. I would put it in B. And I would probably put it... I'd probably put it here. I think I enjoyed Akame ga Kill more. I think the story in Classroom of the Elite is better. So I'm putting it above Angel Beats. Sell them? Good idea, Leo. Yeah, then you just have to deal with the hassle of like listing and shipping them out. Which is a pain. I'm a very frequent seller of items online. But the shipping aspect is aggravating. Inhales, yeah. Yeah. I'm glad to bring you some good news, Cammy. Yep, they announced a Season 2 and 3 at the same time. So Season 2 was last year, and I believe Season 3 is supposed to be this year. Alright. I'm going to make people angry here. You ready? I don't know how to pronounce this, first of all. I don't know if it's Code Geass or Code Geass or Code Geass or what. I usually say Code Geass. I feel like that's wrong. I haven't seen it. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's on my list. But I know how it ends. And because I know how it ends, I don't feel as inclined to watch it. Because the story is what I care most about. So if I know a big twist or how it ends, then I just don't feel super inclined to watch it. Because I'm like, well, yeah, you know, it's more about the journey than the ending. But like, if I know the ending, the journey's not as fun. Never seen it. Was too expensive on Amazon. I don't even know if it's on streaming services. I mean, it must be somewhere. Unforgivable. I'm sorry, MyAnimeList. I'm sorry. Me neither. We're on the same page, Josh. I've only seen a few episodes. That's more than me, Cammy. I hear Season 1 is pretty good, and then Season 2 is, like, not good up until the ending, and then people really like the ending? Like, is that the general consensus? I think it's pronounced like Weiss. It's like Code Geass. It's decent. Alright, I guess I'm not making people angry then. Aside from MyAnimeList, who says unforgivable, everybody else is either haven't seen it, it's okay, or I've only seen some of it. So I'm in some good company here. But I do think I'll get to it at some point. And I'm going to make people angry again. Cowboy Bebop. Haven't seen it. I know. How have you not seen Cowboy Bebop? It's a classic. It's from the 90s. It's on my list, man. It's on my list. I'll get to it at some point. I like that there's a corgi in it, because corgis are my favorite dog breed. I think I like the chess in it. Like the mental chess. I give it a C or B so far. Interesting. It would be interesting to see how it goes by the end. I thought the whole thing was pretty good. One of those where each episode is a cliffhanger, fun to binge. I do like shows that are good in that, like, because longer series are hard and Geass is like 50 episodes. Like, it's hard to, you know, get through it if it's not super engaging with the cliffhangers and stuff. I've only seen one on the list so far. I'm sure it'll be more by the end, Sebi. I'm about to head out. See you, Josh. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Don't go, Josh. You must be kidding. There you go, Sebi. That's a good punny one. Watched Geass from start to finish, though. Nice. Cowboy Bebop, my friend tried to get me into, couldn't get through the first episode. I hear that a lot of people are, like, the general consensus is that it's good, but I have heard those types of opinions, too, that, like, either it doesn't make for a good binge, or... what is the other thing I heard about it? I'm blanking, of course. They played a chess game in it, I'm pretty sure, based on a real game. Oh. I thought you... I was assuming you meant, like, the mental chess, because I know the main character is one of those smart guys. Almost teabagged myself again. Chess proves I ain't the sharpest Sebi in the shed. Man, I haven't played chess in a long time. If I played chess on stream just against the computer or a person, I'd get humbled so fast. I'm really good at Minesweeper, though. I actually thought about making that one of my streams this week. Minesweeper speedrun. I'm really good at Minesweeper. I was doing the SpongeBob meme. Oh, okay. I'm glad you're not leaving the stream then. Welcome back. In that case, I'm sorry for disappointing you with my Bebop. Bebop has a great soundtrack, but the story's forgettable. I have heard the soundtrack is really good, yeah. There's more of you, Sebi. Cowboy Bebop animation is freaking fire, though. Especially the death, can't deny that. That's another thing I've been spoiled on, actually. Unfortunately. I forgot I'd been spoiled on it, but I just remembered. There's dozens of us. More leash? Oh boy. What did he even do there to, is it his punnies? Various puns, get him leashed? Haven't watched Bebop, but from the rant, I'd say a B from character growth aspect. That seems fair. I have a feeling if I watched it, I'd probably have it in that like 7.5-ish area, which would put it in like either high C or low B. There's 12 of him. All right, next up, Don Machi. All right, Don Machi. First season, I thought it was pretty good. I gave it like a 7.5. I like Hestia a lot. I think she's fun. I like her design. I'm not super into Wallenstein, the girl that the main character likes. The animation was good. I enjoy fantasy stuff, so I like the world building. Second season, not as good. Very forgettable, I would say. Third season was better. The story was more interesting than the first and the second season. And the fourth season I haven't finished yet, but I would say is the best season out of all of them so far. Just based on like what I've seen of it, which I think is the first like 6 episodes out of the 20 whatever there are. Danmachi is one of those series that I would say is like a good popcorn show. Like, it's not anything super substantial. It doesn't blow me away in any respect, but it's fun. It's enjoyable. I like pretty much all the characters. I like the fantasy aspect to it. I like the dungeon crawling and how the world building has been getting better. I like that the story is getting more serious as it goes on and more intense. So I would say overall, I'd put it in that like 7.5-ish bracket. So I would put it in good. I'm kind of torn about whether I'd put it in front of a Classroom of the Elite or not. There's 12 of him. Cammy and the tale of the 12 Sebi, Leo. Yeah, Cammy, you're hopelessly outnumbered here if there's 12 Sebis. I don't know if you have enough leashes for all of that. This might be a losing battle. And he said dozens. There might be even more than 12 Sebis. Although he did say the 12 Sebi in his title, so I guess you're lucky that it caps off at 12. I have enough. 12 is more than... 1 is enough. You don't need 12 of them. I'm gonna go, but it was nice finding your channel. Thank you, please. I hope you enjoyed what you watched of it. If you felt inclined to subscribe and catch future streams, then by all means, that would be dope. But if not, that's cool too. Hope you have a good rest of your night. And thanks for stopping by. For me, I sadly might put it in meh, despite having good storyline and world building, just a lack of reason, because sometimes the MC's reason is always the right thing. Yeah, I can I can agree with that. It does seem a little frustrating, some of the reasons that are just like the logic that some of the characters come to in their decision making. It can be a little frustrating. Yeah. Danmachi has 4 seasons. It does. Yep. The second half of the 4th season, I think, just ended. And I wouldn't be surprised if it kept getting more. It's just pretty spread out. It's not like the back-to-back yearly seasons. You too, thank you, please. Sabi, how'd you do this? I think it was the bleach. All right. I think I'm gonna leave it here for now. I can always move it later. Next up, Darling in the Franxx. I've had a roller coaster with Darling in the Franxx. It was one of the first seasonal anime I watched, so I have some nostalgia for it for that reason. I look back on it fondly because of that. I think Cloverworks did a fantastic job with the animation. The fights are a lot of fun. I think the soundtrack is great. The story, I thought, was good for the first like 75% of the show. And then the last quarter, I was just constantly like, what the fuck is going on? Just a lot of like, why? I just dropped my phone on the desk. Ignore the ignore the slam there. I really didn't like where the story went in the last few episodes. And the characters I felt were very hit or miss. I liked 02. I liked Goro, which is the blonde hair guy. And I was pretty iffy on basically everybody else. So from like a visual and audio standpoint, very good. From a story and character perspective, not so good. I still thought it was fun to watch. And I do like 02. She used to be like in my top 5 to 10, like for best girls. I have so many top lists. I have like a top best girls list. I have a top best guys list. I have a best anime, best manga, like best episodes. There's so many things I have best lists for, and I'm constantly updating them. 02 used to be very high in my best girl list. She has fallen a decent amount. I think she's still in the top 25, but she's towards the back half now. I would put it in C tier, and I would probably put it at the back of C tier. Just, I liked like the last scene of the last episode, but aside from that, the last like 5 to 6 episodes or so, I was just like, what are they doing? Like, why? Now, if you didn't know, Darling in the Franxx also has a manga. Now, the series is anime original, but there was a manga adaptation that started afterwards, which the story goes a different direction. And the story in the manga has a totally different ending. It shares some similarities to the anime, but the manga ending is different, and the manga ending is better. So I appreciated that. Never seen, same, didn't know it existed. Without Leo saying the name, I wouldn't recognize more than half of these. Good thing I got Weeb on the brain. I cried at the end for how they killed the story in my immersion. That's relatable. Subaru, I can feel you there. She's fallen and can't get up. He's got a top 10 list of lists. That would be an interesting one. Bro, I thought 02 was your number 1. I don't know if she was ever number 1, but she probably got as high as like top 5, maybe even top 3 at one point, but definitely top 5. Not so much anymore. One of my friends in college got me a 02 body pillow as a gag gift one year. I don't remember what the occasion was. I don't know if it was like April Fool's or my birthday or what. But he walked into my dorm room one day with something behind his back, and he pulled it out and he let it unfold, and it was a 02 body pillow. And I he said, I still remember him saying that the look on my face was just priceless. Like, as soon as I saw it, I knew that it was something that he had gotten me as a gag gift, and he's like, I won't forget the way that you looked. I still have it. It's folded up in one of my drawers, hidden. Every once in a while, I take it out for like a funny Snapchat or something that I'll send to them. The rest of my friends who saw me get that as the gag gift. It was a funny gag gift, for sure. Sebi getting leashed. The say so or not say so version. It is the say so version. Yep. One of the poses is a little like, you know, but nothing super unsay so. It was a threat, but not an empty one. Anyway, dragging the Franks there. Next, Dead Man Wonderland. That was another one of the first anime I watched. I don't remember a whole lot about it. Aside from that, there was one song from the soundtrack I liked, and there was 1 or 2 fights I liked, and the rest of it was pretty forgettable. So I would put it in meh. Probably like at the top of meh. I really don't remember a whole lot. I think I gave it a 7 when I first watched it, and then over time I dropped it to like a 6. It's not bad. I think it's one of those anime that just kind of like, it ends without any type of resolution, and it never got a second season. So it doesn't stop at a satisfying point. I think it might even stop at kind of a big reveal or a cliffhanger, and then you're like, huh? Is that it? You're just gonna... That's it? But I do remember there being 1 or 2 good fights. Alright. Death Note. So, Death Note was the first anime I ever watched. Assuming you don't count, like, the Pokemon movie that I saw as a kid, or like YuGiOh, which I watched some of as a kid. Like, but as a teenager, when I started getting into anime, Death Note was the first one I ever watched. At the time, I really liked it, and I gave it like a 9. Over time, my opinion on it has kind of gone down. I think it's a good intro anime. I think the first 2/3 of it are pretty solid. I don't like the last third of it, with the new characters that get introduced. The ending was fine. Good, even. But I think the best part about Death Note is the back and forth between Light and L. So when it's not focusing on that, I'm like, eh. Like, it just loses a lot of the allure because of it. But for the parts that it is focusing on that, very good. Now, with a caveat. Because then, like, a couple years ago, I was like, you know what? I'm going to try rewatching Death Note. And I watched the first episode, and I was like, this is about 100% times more boring than I remember it being. I don't know if it's because it was years later or what. But I just wasn't super into it when I rewatched that first episode. I do appreciate that it got me interested in anime. It wasn't the anime that, like, got me, like, into anime, but it was the anime that initially piqued my interest. Attack on Titan was the anime that got me into anime. I watched Death Note in, like, the summer of 2012. Almost 11 years ago. Death Note is okay. Own it, haven't seen it. What did you think of the Netflix adaptation? Haven't watched it, refused to. The only time I could get through the Netflix adaptation is probably if I was drunk. I would agree with it being on the good tier. Yeah, I would probably put it at the back end of good or the top end of decent. Death Note stays true to its name, it died. I'm going to put Death Note in good, and I'm going to put it at the end of it. Because I do remember it fondly. I just don't like it as much now as I used to. Oh dear, Saudi, are you okay? I don't think he subjected himself to the Netflix version either, as far as I know. All right. Next up, Death Parade. That is a good series. It's very short, it's concise, it's like 12 episodes, maybe 13. I think it's episodic, but it has kind of this underlying story that it's like poking at throughout the episodic ones. And I really like how it wrapped up that story. It wasn't in your face, you know, you could kind of make an interpretation of the ending yourself. But I really liked how that ended. Amazing visuals. The opening to Death Parade is one of the best of all time in anime, I would say. I think it's called Flyers. Just absolute banger. It's just like each episode, because it's episodic, like sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. Death Parade is a series that it definitely works in the favor of. I would put Death Parade in good, and I would put it, I think, here. I would put it just behind Akame ga Kill and in front of everything else in that tier. I would definitely recommend it, but it's one of those series that has some pretty tough topics, so it would have trigger warnings depending on what types of things you are and are not okay with watching. It gets pretty intense. But I thought it was very interesting. Very, very good visuals. And I like the way it wrapped up. Haven't seen it yet. Would definitely recommend it, Cammy. I love me some episodic series opening slaps. 100% agree. Started seeing the Sebi of 12. Yeah, one of those interpretation anime. I enjoy it. Agreed. Agreed, Subero. Trigger warnings. Yeah, so essentially what Death Parade is that the main character... So think like, after somebody dies, they go someplace to get judged. To... I believe it's whether you get reincarnated or whether you get sent to hell. So the anime takes place, the main character is the person who judges those people. So each episode is essentially a new person being judged, or a new group of people being judged. And as the episode goes on, you learn about like them and their life and what they did. And a lot of what the people either did or experienced is pretty dark. So like there's a lot of, I think there's abuse, there's murder, there's like suicide. There's a lot of bad things that these people experience. And yeah, it's just like each episode kind of drip feeds it to you to figure out, you know, what did these people do in their lives? And do they deserve another chance, or should they be, you know, condemned to hell, essentially? So it's very interesting, but yeah, it's pretty dark. I pray for the love of Lace I'll get to at least 2 watched by the end of your stream. Hey, there's 100 things on here, so you should definitely get a second. Don't watch with my friends, got it. Yeah, I mean, if they're not okay with it, then better to stick to doing that alone. Afterlife Bar in a nutshell. Yep. Afterlife Bar. Sounds awesome. There you go, Saudi. If you're looking for an anime to try out, Death Parade's a good one. I did tear up at the ending. I thought the ending was very, very well done. Okay, next. Still in the D's, and it's already 10 o'clock. Oh my god. It's like I don't want to just skip over things or not be detailed, but I can't go for too long. I woke up at 6:50 this morning. 6:50! Okay, next. Demon Slayer. One of the most popular anime nowadays. I remember the first anime convention I ever went to was in the fall of 2019. So it was just after Demon Slayer had just finished airing, the first season. Because the first season, I think, was April 2019 to September 2019. And I went to the convention in like November 2019. The amount of Demon Slayer cosplay was absurd. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if 50% of the people at that convention were dressed up as Demon Slayer characters. I know a lot of people like to shit on Demon Slayer. I don't know why. I quite like it. I think I would say the story is good, not great. I enjoy it. I think it's gotten more interesting as it's gone on. The production values are like 10 out of 10 incredible. Like the fights, amazing. The visuals, both the art, the character designs, the animation, all top tier. The music is amazing as well. I would say the weakest point, it's the weakest and the strongest point, is the characters. There are some really good characters in Demon Slayer. I really like Rengoku. I like Shinobu. I think Tanjiro is a pretty good protagonist. I don't love him, but I like him. However, the freaking blonde guy whose name I'm blanking on, that guy drives me insane. Like, I get so sick of listening to that guy scream and cry about every single thing. He, to his credit, he's gotten better as the series has gone on. Like, in the Entertainment District arc, Zenitsu, that's his name. In the Entertainment District arc, he's a lot better than in the first season, when he just bitched about everything. But he's still not, like, I don't like him. He's just better than he was. Inosuke is kind of like in between good and bad for me. Like, he's more tolerable than Zenitsu, but I still get aggravated when he's just constantly screaming about things. But again, he's gotten better as the series has gone on, so there's been good development of them. But overall, I definitely think it's really enjoyable. It's very memorable. Like, that Entertainment District ending fight is just like peak Demon Slayer stuff. It's just amazing. Kami will make you go to bed at a good time. Please do. It's a good anime, and Sebi's right. Demon Slayer's ruled con for years. Gender bent Inosuke cosplay. I don't remember seeing that, but I wouldn't mind seeing that. End stream at 12, even better if 11 and sleep. Zenitsu, yep. Ufotable and Yuki Kaji are a great team. Completely agree. Visuals and audio combo between them are just top tier. At this pace, Leo will finish at 2 or 3 a.m. Please God, no. Season 4 is coming out soon. Of Demon Slayer, Season 4 just started. Like, last week. The Swordsmith Village arc. Unless you mean something after Swordsmith Village, in which case I don't know. But if it's the Swordsmith Village, then yeah, that just started last week. That's the one that I haven't seen the first episode of yet. Zenitsu's hair looks like a yellow mop. It does. Yep. He got struck by lightning. He did. I mean, he turns into lightning, basically. Anyway, overall, I would put Demon Slayer in good. And I would put it above everything else in good. Okay. Next up. What do we have? Devilman Crybaby. So, this is another one where I think I have an unpopular opinion, but I didn't really care for Devilman Crybaby. I really liked the animation, and I really liked the music. The music, I would say, is the best thing about Devilman Crybaby. I enjoyed the series. I kept thinking from the start up until episode 8. Episode 8 I thought was really, really, really good. Like the insert ending song in episode 8 with it's like the slower acoustic thing and the motorcycle and everything. Really like that. I did not like episode 9 and 10. I didn't like the way it ended. I kind of get what they were going for. I just personally didn't like it. And that dropped the show for me. I didn't drop it. I finished it. But I mean, it dropped the rating. Like, it might have been like a 7.5, and then I dropped it to like a 6. Is it bad if I say the weakness for Demon Slayer is the weakness? I mean, I feel like they're just there for being a villain, tells a sob story, and dies. I see what you mean. Yeah. I mean, it's like they are built up to be this crazy powerful demon, and you're hyped for the fight. And then they just have a super sad backstory, and Tanjiro cries when he kills them. And, like, I mean, it's nice that you're so empathetic. But also they're, like, a crazy murdering demon. Like, just because something bad happened to them doesn't excuse them for being the way they are. Now, you know, if they were forcibly turned into a demon, like they were killed by a demon and then forcibly turned into one, and then they didn't want to kill people, but they were forced to do that too, like, you know, that's understandable. But for the most part, it's like they built it up to be this crazy antagonist. And then they're super scary, and they kill or attack people that you like, and then Tanjiro beats them, and then they start crying while they remember their horrible past, and Tanjiro starts crying, and, like, I mean... Nezuko is, she's fine. I don't have any strong feelings towards her. I liked when she fought in the second in the entertainment arc. Devilman Crybaby has a solid fan base, but that says something about a very old manga. Yeah, it's very dedicated. And I totally see the merits of, like, why people like it. It's just, I wasn't a huge fan of how it took. Spoiler alert, there's going to be another anime like that I don't particularly like. Anyway, I would put Devilman in D. Better than Deadman Wonderland. Again, I really like the production. Don't super... the story, I didn't like the way it ended, excuse me. And I didn't like the vast majority of the characters. I think the main character's female childhood friend is pretty much the only character I liked. Dororo. Devil May Cry. That's a good way of putting it for me, yeah. Alright, one sec. I need to pop a cough drop because, oh my god, I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow. Okay. I watched Dororo while it was airing weekly. Amazing opening song. I have to go now. Blame my mother. Sebi, I trust you not to kill everyone. No problem, Cammy. Thanks for coming to the stream. Hope you had fun. There's always the VOD if you want to see what I thought of the other anime later on. I might timestamp stuff. We'll see. You can also see how if Sebi goes off the rails or not. I'm sure he won't. See ya. Have a good night. I need to watch Dororo. So, Dororo. I generally liked Dororo. It's another series that, like, I didn't love. It had some good moments. I think it got especially good towards the end. It had a good build-up. There was an early episode around, like, 4 or 5 that I liked a lot. For the most part, I didn't feel super attached to any of the characters. Visuals were good. It looks very... It has that older style, which is kind of nice to just differentiate itself nowadays. Don't really remember the music. I don't remember it super strongly. I think I gave it like a 6. Like it's a fine 6. Like it's a fine watch. It has some good aspects. Like I said, the opening is really good. There's a couple good characters. I like how the story ends up going as it progresses. But it's not super memorable, in my opinion. I would also put that in meh. I'd probably put that above Devilman. But the opening is top tier. Banger. Is Dororo the sequel to Durarara? Speaking of Durarara, it's coming up in a couple. Yeah, what is the Durarara watch order? Does Dororo come before Durarara, or the vice versa? Like, where does Ore Monogatari fit into the Monogatari series? Who knows? With Cammy gone, Sebi, I mean, me can run free. Oh boy. Alright, next up, Dragon Ball. Never seen it. Not even as a kid. I don't know if I watched a single episode of Dragon Ball as a kid. I know some of the characters just because they were so popular. I think I played a Dragon Ball game on like the GameCube at one point. Don't really have any interest in watching it. Meh. I tend to not be super into the super long ongoing shonen, essentially. It's one of those well-fleshed, yes, I made a joke, anime that's fun to watch. I would agree with that, yeah. Assuming you're talking about Dororo. Like, it was fun to watch, especially towards the end. It didn't, like, super captivate me, but, like, I enjoyed watching it. Except for, well, okay. I thought it had a strong start. The middle, I wasn't super interested. Like, I was more interested in Dororo's, like, half-brother than, or not Dororo, Hyakimar, whatever the heck his name is. I was more interested in his brother and his storyline than the actual main character. But then I really liked the end and how it all came together. Bro, are you serious? I'm sorry, Saudi. I know you like Dragon Ball. I just totally betrayed you. Again, I respect everybody's tastes and opinion, but I just don't think it's for me. Next up, what do we have, you might ask? Dr. Stone. So, Dr. Stone, I really didn't care for at first. Like, I watched the first 6 episodes. I was like, I hate how the faces look. I hate how Senku says, I'm a billion% sure about, like, everything. Like, every 3 minutes he says, like, this is exhilarating, 1 billion% something. Like, dude, shut up. But what do I think about it now? Boom. A. It's our first amazing. I love Dr. Stone, dude. It's such a fun show. Just like the whole concept of being in this stone old world and bringing science to it and how he does it is really fun. I think the visuals, they're not like spectacular, but the art's nice. Soundtrack's good. Best part of Dr. Stone, I think, is the characters. I love like the entire cast. Senku, great protagonist, a lot of fun. Kohaku, I simp for. She's like a great, like, secondary lead, I guess, or she's a good female lead. Chrome, like Senku's right-hand man, love that dude. Like, whenever he sees a progression of science, he gets so genuinely excited, and that's really fun. I'm blanking on his name. Zen, something like that. The magician dude, he's a lot of fun. Even like the characters in the first season, like Dr. Stone is one of those shows who I feel like all of the antagonists end up joining the main crew and being like friends and part of it. And I really like that. Season 3 just started, actually. I don't know. Dr. Stone is one of those shows that I just have a like quantum shit ton of fun watching. It's fine, just keep watching the DBZ meme and soon enough you'll absorb the series. Yeah, watch the abridged series to get like a good handle on it. Never seen it, I'm more of a Dr. Feel-Good guy myself. I feel like that's referencing something. I would recommend it though, Sebi. I think it's a lot of fun. Yes, good anime. Agreed, Josh. I'm sorry if I sound weird. The freaking cough drop keeps getting stuck to my tongue while I'm trying to talk. All right. Rah rah rah. Haven't seen it. Oh no. We're going off screen. I would say Durarara is relatively high on my watch list. I'd like to get to it. It seems interesting. High School DxD. Have not seen it. Also on my watch list. The girls have nice designs. Seems interesting. I'll get to it at some point. I read the manga. It's amazing at the start, but after a certain arc, I don't know if I should high praise it. Is that about Dr. Stone? I've kind of flipped through some of the later arcs. I can see there's like one arc in particular. Kind of feels like, even for Dr. Stone, it's a little like over the top. But I just think the cast is so fun that I'm like, I don't even know how much I'll care when it gets to that in the anime. We'll see. Nice designs, lol. Yeah, nice designs. Designs, quote unquote. Elfen Lied. Don't like it. To me, Elfen Lied is just like torture porn. Nothing good happens to anybody, as far as I can remember. It's just people getting, like, people with traumatic backgrounds who have flashbacks and relive it. And then in the present, they just keep getting traumatized and brutally killing things. And I didn't really care about the story. I didn't care about the characters. It was just like, meh. The first episode, the opening scene is pretty good, though. I don't even remember how it ends, to be honest. I've, like, phased this out of my mind. But again, just personal. Not, I'd put that in meh at the end. I wouldn't say it's complete F, but I didn't really care for it. OP slaps. So yeah, the OP is pretty good. All right. We're making progress. I'm going to try and slightly speed it up here. We'll see. Erased. Erased, I thought, is another really good mystery thriller one. Like I said, I'm a big fan of just mystery thriller in general. I think the concept is cool, how, like, this main character he travels back in time to when he was a kid, and it's just before another kid that he went to school with was, like, kidnapped and murdered. So now that he's a kid again and he retains his memories of being an adult, he tries to save this child from the fate that would normally be waiting for her. So I really liked that concept, and I thought the way that it just progressed, like, it always kept me interested, which is what you want for a mystery or thriller. I know the ending was a little bit contentious. I agree that there is one aspect of the ending related to a roof that, like, again, if you know, you know. I did not particularly care for that part, but I wouldn't say that that one scene, like, really lowered my opinion of what was otherwise a very enjoyable anime and a very interesting one. So I would put Erased in good. I think this seems reasonable. It hasn't stuck with me as much as some of these other ones ahead of it, but I liked it more than some of these. Me too, it was an okay anime, but in current time, Elfen Lied, it's not that impactful nowadays. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Am I gonna make enemies now? I might. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Evangelion, however the hell you pronounce it. I don't really like it. I have not seen the Rebuild movies. I've just seen the original series and End of Eva. It's one of those series that I appreciate for what it did for the industry. I respect it. I see its influence across like many of the anime that have followed it. But you know, I was like, so one thing with Eva that I really didn't like is that there are a lot of scenes where literally nothing happens. And I don't mean that as in like slice of life where like, you know, characters are interacting but nothing meaningful is happening. I mean literally nothing happens. Like there will be a 30-second shot of Shinji sitting at a train station. And that's it. Like 30 seconds, 25 seconds. Just camera on Shinji. It's not panning around. Nothing comes in or out of the frame. Literally nothing other than Shinji just sitting there. Like, okay, that was a waste of... This could have been 3 seconds and progressed to the next scene. Why did you have to spend 30 seconds here? Same thing happened, I think, in episode like 24 at the end, where there's a confrontation between Shinji and somebody else. Like, if you've seen the original series, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's literally like a 2-minute long zoom in on Shinji and the person he's confronting. And that's it. It's like at least a minute. Just slowly zooming in. Nobody says anything. Nobody moves. Nothing in the scene changes. It is literally a slow pan in or zoom in on this one frame for at least a minute straight. What the hell is that? You're wasting my time. This means nothing. And then the last 2 episodes of Eva, they might be the worst episodes of anime I've ever watched in my life. And I know that the reason that those are like that is because they completely ran out of their budget. And they just like cobbled something together. So like, you know, objectively, I get it. And I know End of Eva is kind of like fixing the ending. And I thought End of Eva was better than the main series, but I'm still not super into the way End of Eva ended either, personally. So maybe I would like the rebuilds more if it's different enough. I don't know. Excuse me. But like, I did enjoy Eva for the most part. Like, I slowly liked it more as I was watching it from like the first episode up through like 24 or so. And then I just like, those last 2 episodes were just so bleh. And then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, you know, it never really fully caught my attention. I don't think I liked any of the characters. I thought Misato was okay, and I thought Asuka was okay. I didn't like anybody else. I wasn't like interested in them, or like I didn't care about them aside from those 2. Like, again, I respect and appreciate what it did for the industry and its influence, but in terms of personal enjoyment, not my cup of tea. Now, that being said, I wouldn't say it's an F tier. I would probably put it like here because of some of the respect and appreciation I have for it. And there are definitely enjoyable episodes and periods and fights and whatnot. But overall, yeah, not my thing. Not for everybody. Like Josh said, yeah. And I was one of the people it wasn't for. But I know some people just absolutely love it. I think there's a lot of interesting imagery in it. And I think it's one of the shows that if you really spend a lot of time thinking about and like analyzing, there's some good stuff that you can, I guess, glean from it. but I didn't like the series enough to actually do that. Would I appreciate it more if I did? Maybe. But if it didn't catch my interest enough to do that in the first place, why would I spend the time doing that? Sounds like my time in an art museum. People interpret that as inner dialogue, or they just want you to. I don't know. I could maybe see that. Like, you have to imagine they're thinking something there. But to me, it just felt lazy, like they're padding for time. Didn't watch the anime, but I did watch somebody do a super high quality but scuff live adaptation, more of movie highlights on Eva. That could be interesting. There's a lot of stuff you could cut out, I feel. Okay. Let's keep it moving here. Fairy Tail, haven't seen it. I would like to watch it. I know it's long, and I said I'm not super into longer stuff. But Fairy Tail, for whatever reason, has just always interested me more than a bunch of the other shonen stuff. Like, I don't know, maybe I like the character designs more, it's more recent, it just seems more fun, I guess, to me. So, maybe I'll get to that. I mean, I probably will at some point. I know they just started a sequel to Fairy Tail, and there's also Eden Zero, which is like another series from the same author. And there's only one season of that, and the new one just started, so I could probably start that since it's shorter. I've seen clips C tier. I mean, depending on the series, clips might be enough. Oh my god. Oh, I really need to speed this up. Holy crap. I don't even know if I'm halfway. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. There's more than 60. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. I'm not going to say that we're rapid firing this, but I'm definitely going to go faster for these because it is almost 10:30 and I don't want to be up until 2 a.m. That's too long. If this was a Saturday stream and I had more time, that's fine. But I work tomorrow and I go in the office, so I can't be up quite that late. Fairy Tail is like the most ship romance focused shonen. That's why I like it. I would like that aspect of it too, I think. Don't look down. I looked down and I got scared, Sebi. All right, Fate Zero. So Fate Zero was my introduction to the Fate franchise, and now I would say the Fate franchise is probably in like my top 3 franchises of anything ever. I actually, out of all of the Fate anime I've watched, I would say Fate Zero is probably my least favorite. I like Unlimited Blade Works more than Fate Zero. Heaven's Feel I probably have roughly equal to it. And Fate Babylonia I also liked more than Fate Zero. Fate Solomon, probably close. I'm trying to think. Okay, no, Fate Camelot is lower than Fate Zero. Camelot in the game, Fate Grand Order, is good. Camelot, the anime, not so good. If you're interested, search Evangelion by Mega64 after the stream. I will try to keep that in mind if I remember, yeah. Anyway, so for Fate Zero overall, I enjoyed it. I very much liked the concept of this Holy Grail War with the 7 famous servants from history fighting it out to see who could, I guess, claim the Grail and get their wish granted. I liked how it's all like adult characters for the most part. Just as an adult, like it's refreshing in that sense. Ufotable animation has been, Ufotable animation always is amazing. Doesn't miss in Fate Zero. Again, I think the soundtrack is like Yuki Kajiura. Or Yuki Kaji. One of them is the voice actor for Eren, and one of them is the OST, or the soundtrack composer. I think Yuki Kaji is Eren, and Yuki Kajiura is the composer. She does phenomenal work with the soundtrack for Fate Zero. The cast is very good. I mean, Saber, King Arthur, Gilgamesh, Iskander, Lancelot, Dirmuid, Gills, like, great lineup of servants, great story. It's just all around very, very good. I would put it in B for good. S tier, oh boy, I'm sorry, Josh. I can't put it in S tier. In good faith. I would put it above Chunibyo. I would put it above Demon Slayer. I think this is good. Like the very top of good. I think I gave the first half like a 7.5 and I gave the second half an 8.5. So it averages out to like an 8. Sorry, I haven't been here much, dealing with some phone stuff. It broke, so working on catching you with my tablet. Looks good so far. Sorry to hear about your phone. Hopefully nothing super hard to fix. Or not expensive, at least. I'm afraid of getting into the Fate franchise. So far, I'm just reading one that is not related to the main plot, but it's still in the franchise. Fate Redline. Any suggestions for manga like these? I actually haven't read Redline, but it interests me. In terms of manga, I honestly haven't read much for Fate. For me, it's mostly been anime and Fate Grand Order the game. If you're scared of getting into Fate, don't play Fate Grand Order, because that's the biggest time suck and also the easiest way to get obsessed. I think the thing with the Fate anime is that they're all pretty self-contained, so you could definitely watch one and then not watch the rest. I think Fate Zero is the best starting point, personally. Like, chronologically, it happens before a lot of the other Fate anime. And it is a very self-contained story. So if you were gonna do something Fate-related, I think Fate Zero is probably the best one to do in terms of anime and games. For manga, yeah, unfortunately, I can't really say. I think there's a manga adaptation of Shimosa, which is one of the better routes from the Fate Grand Order game, but I don't think it's completed. I've heard it's good, though. Damn, I missed Death Note ranking. I had a controversial opinion on that one. I mean, you can still drop the opinion if you want, Master. The TLDR of it was good but not great. It was my first anime, really. So I'm nostalgic for it, but over time, my opinion on it has kind of dropped. Hope you get phone trouble fixed. Dang, nah, more Fate fans. We gotta spread the gospel. True. I mean, I'm a huge Fate fan. Big FGO stan. So I wouldn't mind more Fate fans. But I do understand the difficulty of getting into the franchise because there's so many starting points. I really love the chibi version of Fate. Piques my interest for Fate. So there are some good chibi like spin-offs. There's like a Fate Grand Order, the mobile game, that has like a chibi spin-off of the characters just like dicking around. That's pretty funny. Beginning mission for FGOs in anime too. It is, yeah. Fate Grand Order First Order, I think it's called. I think it's like an hour long. I only thought it was okay. The actual anime. The game version of it is a little better. But that's also not a bad starting point if you really wanted to. My controversial opinion of Death Note is that it's overrated. Sure, it's good and I'll watch it and liked it, but it doesn't really rank higher than a C for me. Too many coincidences for me in that show. I think that's totally fair, Master. Yeah. That's one of those things that, like, over time I've started to feel like that. But when I first watched it, I was like, oh, this is sick. But yeah, over time I've become more in line with that. Chibi Ushi gives me life. I love Chibi Ushi. Yeah, that's one of the best in the game. Every time that she popped up in that event from, like, was in like January or February, I was like, I love Chibi Ushi. Give me that as like a costume for her. Maybe even a D. Thanks, guys. Total, but Leo's kept me happy, so thanks to you, Leo. Well, I'm glad that I can provide some entertainment or stress relief. I know it's never fun when an electronic dies. Hopefully you're able to get it fixed tomorrow then. Either a replacement or something. I don't know. Alright, next up. So much for going faster, huh? Fire Force. Fire Force for me, I've only watched the first season. And then I watched like 2 or 3 episodes of the second season. And then I read like part of the manga towards the very end because it went off the rails. Next one, yeah. What's that? Like PewDiePie does the next meme thing in his meme reviews from back in the day. Next anime. I accidentally hit the mic there when I clapped. Oops. So Fire Force, again, I feel like it kind of feels style over substance for me. But there were aspects to this. Like, I felt like as it went on, the story got better. I think it gets a little more hate than it deserves, but I also don't think it's amazing. I really, I like Tamaki, the character, but I really don't like how she's just, I guess, relegated to this, like, comedic relief character who just, like, her comedic scenes are always just, like, fan service stuff. Like, I distinctly remember there was one really intense fight in the first season with some, like, betrayal and whatnot. And she was there and she was just, like, distraught. And then the main character came in to, like, save the day. I was like, oh my god, this is a great scene. And then out of nowhere, they completely break the immersion by making the main character, like, fall over and, like, gropes her, like, classic anime ecchi fan service stuff. It's like, what the fuck, dude? That was completely unnecessary. And I've seen clips from season 2 where it's like more of the same thing. Like, there's a fight in the second season against supposedly a really tough enemy where she basically wins the fight or has an advantage because he's like freaked out of girls or something. And since her fan service joke thing, quote unquote, because it's not really funny in my opinion, is that she, like, her clothes fall off or whatever. Like, because of that, he, like, can't fight at his full power against her. Like, are you kidding me? This is stupid. Which is unfortunate, because, again, like, I really like her design, and I like her as a character, but I hate that that's what they reduce her to. But I do think the story gets interesting. Again, production is incredible. Like, the animation and just the style to it is fantastic. I enjoy most of the other characters. So, like, overall, I have a good time watching it, but there are aspects to it that take me out of it. Thinking of that YouTuber makes me feel ancient AF. He's still doing stuff. I saw that, like, he's having a kid now, actually. I had to give it a meh. I love it to bits. The overall way of how they write the story was not that impactful prior to the previous work, Soul Eater. That seems reasonable. I haven't seen Soul Eater, actually. I don't remember if it's in this top 100, but, yeah. The classic clothes fall off technique. That's Fire Force's go-to when it comes to Tamaki. It has amazing character designs, though. Like, every single character is just, like, drip. Love it. So, I would put Fire Force in decent, honestly. I'd probably put it around here. Again, like, I had fun watching it for the most part. And I think it gets more hate than it deserves, but there's definitely aspects to it that I wish were, like, toned down or just, you know, they changed how they actually do it. Okay. So, what's up next? Food Wars. So, you know, speaking of fan service and clothes just falling off, Food Wars is like peak that happening, where like characters eat food that tastes so good that their clothes, they basically orgasm and their clothes just explode and fall off, which sounds ridiculous, but it's kind of funny. Now, Food Wars. Am I a hypocrite for this? Food Wars comes up into A. Above Dr. Stone. Why do I have it all the way up here? So, great character designs. The story is just kind of nonsensical, sure. The best thing about Food Wars is, in my opinion, the cast. I love the cast of Food Wars. Like, so many of these characters are just so unbelievably fun. Like, just seeing how they interact with each other and just all the stuff they get up to and all of the Shokugeki. Like, Food Wars to me is just like pure fun. Like, it's dumb, but it's pure fun. Dumb fun, if you will. And also, the manga for Food Wars has a really bad last arc. I mean, maybe not really bad. A very disappointing final arc. The anime actually slightly changed it to make it a little less sus and a little... like, it makes more sense, I guess, if that makes... like, I can't really talk about it too much, again, because of spoilers, but the anime made a change to a couple things about the last season that I felt were better than how the manga handled it. The last season is still the weakest of the show, I think. Like, I gave season 1, 2, and 3 all a 9. I might have even given... season 4, I might have given, like, an 8.5. And then the last season 5, I think I gave, like, a 7 or a 7.5. But overall, to me, there's actually some really good soundtrack songs in there, too. But for me, it's the cast. Like, I love the cast. I think they're a ton of fun. It's one of those shows that, like, it always makes me laugh or smile when I'm watching the episodes. I really like the Soma and Erina ship. I really like Soma as a character. I really like Aldini as a character. It's just a lot of fun to me. Like, entertainment value through the roof. Let him cook. Thank you, Sebi. Show sounds like a lot of fun. It is Saudi. I wouldn't watch it with your family around, but it's fun. Definitely not because of the foodgasms. I mean, you know, sometimes it's good. I don't mind, you know. It's pretty ridiculous, one of the ones that happens in, like, the end of the 4th season. Oh, the big one that happens at the end of the 4th season and the big one that happens at the end of the 5th season. Those are both so over the top that even I kind of eye-rolled on it. But other than those, I'm like, yeah, they're fun. Why not? Full Metal Alchemist. So there's 2 here. There's the original and then there's Brotherhood. I have not seen the original. I don't know if I will, because I have seen Brotherhood, and Brotherhood is S tier, above Attack on Titan. You know, it's one of those shows I feel like pretty much just about everybody has watched, and for good reason, you know? Like, story, lots of twists and turns, very consistent, very interesting, great cast of characters, lots of development, just like very well written. Animation by Studio Bones, great for all of the fight scenes, great character designs, great soundtrack. Like, every single thing about Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is a 9 or 10 out of 10. Like, it's such an iconic anime for very good reason. Like, if you're looking to get somebody into anime, I think Full Metal Alchemist is one that you can't really go wrong with. I mean, Attack on Titan, honestly, probably not a bad choice either for that. But, I mean, Full Metal Alchemist is just peak. I kind of dropped Food Wars during the train arc. What is it with anime and events on trains? Might pick it up again if the anime is complete. The anime is complete, yep. And it has a definitive ending. It wasn't as explicit for certain things. It wasn't a perfect ending. But you can make some inferences, and it's clear enough about what's happening that, like, I thought it was fine. I was honestly sad when it ended because I loved the cast so much. I was like, I don't want it to stop. Like, just keep giving me more. Count me as not most master. What? How have you not seen full? You gotta watch. This is your homework assignment from Professor Scientist Leo Lovelace. You need to watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Or else. I don't know what or else, but or else. Neither have I. Sent. Oh my god. What is going on with my chat? I own it though. Hey, at least you own it. It makes it easier to watch. Both of you, I would highly, highly, highly recommend. It's one of the only anime I've given a 10 out of 10 to. Alright, let's keep going. Increase the pace even more. Future Diary. So Future Diary, I think, gets shit on a lot for, I would say, unjust reasons. It's very edgy. You could be like, oh, it's edgy for the sake of being edgy. It's fun, okay? I like mystery. I like thriller. It is a thriller. The cast, I think, yeah, there's some high points and low points. Excuse me. I liked YuGiOh. I wasn't super into the male main character. Kind of a wimp. He has moments where he's okay, and then he kind of regresses, which is frustrating. Some of the side characters are pretty good. I don't know. For me, it was like an enjoyable watch. It's been a while, so I don't remember it super clearly. I think there was a pretty big twist towards the end where I just 100% did not see it coming. I was like, oh my god. What the hell was that? But I liked it. And there were actually some really good soundtrack songs. I watched, but I forgot. Is that in terms of Full Metal or Future Diary? Future Diary is pretty good. I think it's a B+ or A-. My second anime I saw after Girls and Panzers. I actually haven't seen Girls on Panzer, but I heard it was good. I would put Future Diary in good. I would put it here. I'd say I liked Erased more, but it's better than the rest of these. I think that's kind of an unpopular opinion. I don't think most people would put it that high. Guilty Crown. Probably has one of the best anime openings of all time. I'm blanking on the name of it, of course. I think it's by Supercell. Yeah, I can't remember the name, but one of the like top 3 anime openings all time. Aside from that, the rest of the music was pretty good. There's a couple good insert songs. The animation is good. Story and characters kind of like, it was not so bad that I couldn't watch. But just like looking back at it over time, I'm kind of like, why? There was a section like maybe like around 2/3 into the show where I was like, damn, this is pretty good. And then some stuff happened after that. I was like, this is kind of stupid. Like the start of it, I was like, eh. And then the middle, like up to the 2/3 point or 3/4 point, I was like, oh, you know, I'm having a good time. And then, yeah, I didn't really care for the ending. But the production values were amazing. I would put it in... I'd probably put it in meh, but I'd put it at the top of meh. Because I was more engaged in that than I was in the rest of these. Not a fan of Mirai Nikki. Just that full yandere in each episode is not my cup of tea. Yeah, I'm not a huge yandere fan either, but I didn't mind it in Mirai Nikki. We can be unpopular together then. There you go. Great minds think alike. There's my catchphrase again. I say that freaking all the time. Gurren Lagann. What do I think of Gurren Lagann, you might ask? Boom. Peak fiction, my friends. Shit ton of fun to watch. Row, row, fight the power. My drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. Okay. Kind of like Food Wars, where, I mean, it has more of a substantial story than Food Wars does. But it's another one where it was like one of the first anime I watched back in like 2014, 2015, I think. And it's been my #2 anime ever since then. Phenomenal production values, the animation, the character designs, the music. So many iconic songs, so many iconic characters. The actual characters, I think, are a lot of fun. I think Simone is one of my favorite protagonists in anime. He has a great just character arc throughout the show, going from this scared, timid kid to an eventual leader of like a resistance group. I thought seeing his progression over time, just very satisfying. I really liked Kamina as like his mentor character. I really liked Yoko as the main female character. I thought she was interesting. Like her little side story thing on the island, I really liked. The rest of Team Daiguren is also like Nia and the blonde guy, Kitan or something like that. He's really good. The story is like so absurdly over the top, but it's so much fun. Like it has a satisfying, not perfect, but satisfying ending. The insert song with Simone is peak. The opening song is amazing. Like Gurren Lagann is one of those shows that I just think is incredible all around. I have that on Blu-ray, actually. I have all of my tops on Blu-ray. Yeah. These have been my top 3 basically ever since I watched them. Granted, Gurren Lagann, Full Metal. Beating these top 3 is gonna be very, very, very difficult for anything to ever do. Next, Haikyuu. Volleyball, sports. Haven't seen it. I hear it's good. I might watch it at some point. Can't say I'm super interested in volleyball, but I liked Harukana Receive, which is beach volleyball, so maybe. I mean, it's more about the characters than the sport. But I also really don't like one volleyball match, like taking potentially multiple episodes. Like that would bother me. It's the same thing with like an action shonen having a fight take multiple episodes. Like I don't want it. Just if you start a match or a fight in one episode, wrap it up in the same fight. Do not string me along. That makes me mad. It's a huge pet peeve. And I'm pretty sure Haikyuu does that, so I don't know. Holy crap. Alright. I am going to start rapid firing these. I'm not going to like one-line them. But, man. Okay. High School of the Dead. Another one of the first anime that I watched way back in the day. Again, it's another one of the shows that I kind of have a soft spot for, but it's also kind of fallen down my list over time. It's fun. I'm still a little bitter that they added a to be continued thing at the end of it, and then they never actually continued it. Now, to be fair, I think the author died, so that makes it kind of hard to continue it. Totally understandable. But I would have liked to see more of it, because I felt like it started to get better as it went on. Like, yeah, the ecchi stuff kind of over the top, but it was a fun show. I would put it in decent. Probably around here. I liked these two girls. The blonde one. Not the professor, like the blonde, like main girl, and the purple hair one. They milking the seasons with slow-paced volleyball game. Yeah, that's just kind of annoying. I know they announced a sequel, though. I'll speed run my comments as well. High School of the Dead is a C. We're on the same page with it being in the C. But you don't have to feel like you have to speed run your comments. I'll still see them and respond, so don't feel like you have to cut yourself short. Horimiya. Enjoyable. Rom-com. It's another series where I had read the entire manga before the anime started, so I was pretty familiar with it. I liked how they cut out a bunch of just like the miscellaneous slice of life stuff to focus on Hori and Miyamura's romance, because I think that was the highlight of the series. I have some, like, I like tsundere, the archetype. There are moments I think Hori is a little over the top for my liking in terms of her soon tendencies, which kind of bother me. But overall, I still quite enjoyed it. I think it's a very solid rom-com. Very likable cast of characters, very satisfying ending, very good character design, great visuals. Cloverworks, in general, all their shows look really good. So I would put it in good, and I would probably put it... I'd put it here. B tier. I'm more sad that the author died and the team tried to res the work but end up silenced. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, sometimes after the author dies, you can successfully bring something back and keep it going, like Berserk. I haven't read Berserk, but I know that, like, he has a team of people who are overseeing, like, one of his best friends who is also a manga artist. He has, like, some assistants, and they're all kind of working together with the notes and the sketches that the author had left behind to keep it going. So, which tsundere are we talking about here? FGO in joke. FGO has a lot of good tsunderes. All of the Rin faces, like Rin Tosaka, Space Ishtar, Ishtar, Ereshkigal, peak tsundere right there. Well, I don't know if Ishtar is really a tsundere. Space Ishtar and Eresh, I would say they are. Normal Ishtar, she probably still is, but less so. I think this is Howl's Moving Castle. This one, the Ghibli movie. Haven't seen it. I haven't seen most of the Ghibli movies. They're all on my list. I think the only one I've seen is Spirited Away. There's a lot of anime movies in general I haven't watched. Just, again, I mentioned it earlier, but because it's hard for me to commit to stuff beyond like 20 to 30 minute episodes. So an hour and a half to 2 hour long movie, I'm like, it's so much harder to find that much time. Unfortunately, Hunter x Hunter, I also have not seen. I hear it's supposed to be amazing. It's on my list, but it's like 125 episodes. And I'm not a big fan of the long stuff. Like, I know it's supposed to be really good. I'm pretty confident I'll end up liking it. But I haven't seen it. It also kind of bothers me that I know people say that the anime ends at a point that feels like a satisfying end, but it's not a complete adaptation because the manga hasn't ended because the artist is often like sick and can't really work on it, which is fine, you know, prioritize your own health. But you know, I don't like when stuff goes unended, so if I watch it and I really like it, I know I'm just going to be sad that I don't get a complete ending. I don't know, but I hear Hunter x Hunter is amazing. Anime movies usually feel isolated from the show, so it's not really mandatory to watch them. Yeah. Generally, it seems like movies are often spin-offs, but the past couple years in particular, I mean, for shonen, they're usually spin-off. But in the past, like 2 to 3 years, there's been a lot of movies that are like direct sequels. Like, there's a season and then a movie, and then they might do another season. And it's like, you have to watch the movie, or else you can't keep watching the normal TV. Demon Slayer was like that, but then they cut the movie up and released it into episodes. Like, the Bunny Girl Senpai series has a movie, Quintuplets has a movie that, like, that ends the series, so you have to watch that. That's canon. Of course, now I'm blanking on other series that do it, but I know it's happening a lot more nowadays. No ending is an absolute killer for me, instant D tier, unless there's a fair reason for there being no ending. Like the author dying or being too sick to continue. I think that's a fair reason. Family Guy has a movie that's just 3 episodes. I mean, 3 episode length isn't bad. I feel like I know what you're talking about. Is that like the Stewie kills Brian or Brian kills Stewie thing? I watched Family Guy a lot when I was in college, but I haven't really watched it since then. That was like my go-to food to have while I was like snacking. I mean, that was my go-to show to watch when I was snacking. Hyoka, I have not seen. It's pretty high on my list. I really like, again, Kyoani stuff. It's kind of mystery, Great character designs. So I'll get to it eventually. Master has Family Guy in SS Plus tier. Ooh, that's super highly rated. Disappearance of Suzumiya Haruhi is one of those weird ones. That it is like a direct sequel to the TV series though, isn't it? I haven't seen Haruhi. One of them is a first-person POV from Stewie, if that's what you're thinking about. I'm honestly not sure. Yeah, it's been a while. All right, JoJo. So there's two JoJos here. There's JoJo Season 1, which is parts 1 and 2. And then there's JoJo Part 3. So I have not seen Part 3. So I'm going to throw that here. I have seen parts 1 and 2. I actually watched them fairly recently, like just last year for the first time. Part 1 I wasn't super into. Part 2 I liked a lot more. I'm getting mixed up on the name. So Jonathan, I think, is the first one. And then Joseph is the second one. Joseph Joestar. I love Joseph. That guy is an absolute riot. Great protagonist. I really like Caesar and their relationship. Like, part 2 was just such a massive improvement on part 1. I felt. So it's like, part 1, I would give like a 6. Oh, the other thing with JoJo I really like is just the style. Like, it's very, very stylistic. And I appreciate that. Like, it's very distinct. You know something is JoJo as soon as you look at it. Yeah, so like part 1 I'd give like a 6, and part 2 I'd give an 8. So overall, I guess it averages to like a 7. But part 2 is longer and more meaningful than part 1, so maybe it's closer to like a 7.5. I would put it in good, but I wouldn't put it super high in good, because I feel like part 1 kind of drags down part 2. I feel like this is probably a good spot for it for me. If it was part 1 and part 2 separated, I would put part 2 higher, but because this is part 1 and 2 combined, it moves down a bit. Not a fan of the first part, the Stone Mask, but I love the rest of it. Hype for Steel Ball Run. I really need to get on the rest of the parts. A lot of my friends really like part 3. And I've heard good things about the rest of them. It's just, you know, all the parts are kind of long. Like, they're all at least 24 episodes, if not 36 or 39. So it's, you know, hard for me to get started when there's so many seasonals that I keep focusing on. Or I'm like, oh, I could watch 2 to 3 12-episode ones from my backlog in the same time. Yeah, I'll definitely get to them, though. Jujutsu Kaisen. So that was one of my favorite anime from... I think it was 2020, technically. It was like fall 2020. I think just very strong all around. Great fights, great action animation. I really like how there's a lot of like combos. Like, it's not all one-on-one fights. Like, there's a lot of 2-on-1 or 2-on-2 type stuff. Character designs very strong. Characters in general also very strong. I really like the main trio of like Itadori, Megumi, and Nobara, I think, are the main 3. I like all 3 of them quite a bit. I really like Gojo. He's best guy material. Story is pretty interesting. I mean, a lot of shonen, like Shonen Jump type stories, I feel like I'm not super interested in. But Jujutsu's story, I think, is more interesting than a lot of them. I have also seen the movie Jujutsu Kaisen 0. I didn't like that quite as much. I think I gave main Jujutsu like an 8.5. And the movie I gave like a 7 or 7.5. It felt a little like erratically paced. Like the first part of it was too long, and then the second half was too short. I would still probably put it in A tier because of how much I enjoyed the first one, but I would put it behind Food Wars and Dr. Stone. All right. What else we got? Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Where'd it go? Not an F. Kaguya goes in S, my friends. Peak fiction. Season 1. Very enjoyable, but heavy on the comedy. Season 2. A good mix of romance and comedy. Season 3, it really kicks in the romance. And I feel like season 3, especially how it ended, is like one of the most satisfying things I've ever seen in anime. Like, okay, it's not perfect because I've read the manga, and I read the manga before I watched the anime. So I knew it was coming, and they actually slightly changed the final scenes. And I like how they did it in the manga more. So that's like a minor pet peeve I have. Like, I can't in good faith give it a 10 because of that. Unfortunately, because my slight manga knowledge betrays the anime in that sense. But it's like a very good 9.5. It's gotten better every season. I haven't seen the movie that just came out. I still need to. I will say, having read the manga, I think the end of season 3 is kind of the peak of the series. Like, it never really reaches that again. So I have it in S now. I might end up moving it to A once I've seen the follow-up parts of the anime that happen. But through the first 3 seasons, Kaguya-sama is S peak fiction. Just amazing cast all around, like Kaguya, Shirogane, Ishigami, Miko, Hayasaka, Chika. Amazing lineup of main characters. The supporting cast is great. The character development is great. Comedy is some of the best I've seen in anime. Like, the directing in the series is amazing. Like, it's such an incredible adaptation that adds so much compared to the manga. Just one of the best rom-coms there ever has been and ever will be. Kakegurui. I think Kakegurui is enjoyable, but it's not anything super substantial. I like Yumiko's design. Like, I've said it before, but I really simp for red in character designs, and she has like red eyes and red outfit, so I'm like, yeah, give me that. I really like the design. It's one of those shows that I think is super over the top, but I like it for that. Like, it's so over the top that it almost feels kind of believable and just fun because of it. Like, it's so unbelievable that it overlaps and then becomes believable. Or it loops around to become believable. Just the sheer insanity of this gambling-focused school and how Yumiko essentially is just getting off on all of the gambling. Like, it's a lot of fun. I thought the first season, I probably liked it a little bit more than the second season, and I haven't watched the spin-off yet. I hope they do more of it, but for what it is, I kind of look at it as like dumb fun. So I would put it in decent. And I'd probably put it like here. Just like, I will take things that have more of a story over it. But I thought it was more entertaining than like Darling in the Franxx, where the story kind of tanked at the end. The Math Tower episode killed me. Yeah, the tower one was like, where did the tower even come from? But, you know, even like how unbelievable it was, I still thought it was fun. Like, it's one of those like turn your brain off and just have fun type shows. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Kill la Kill. So I think this was It might have been Trigger's first anime, like, as an actual independent studio. Or maybe that was, like, Ghost, or Pantheon Stalking and the Ghost one. Kill la Kill. Heavy on the fan service, but, like, I don't mind it. Like, normally fan service... I don't mind a little bit of fan service in shows. I tend to get aggravated if it's a ton of it in a show that doesn't, like, use it well. I'm all for fan service if it's well implemented, like in universe or in the genre of the show or what. But if it's just random fan service or like kind of creepy or just like over the top fan service, not as into that. Kill la Kills is over the top, but it works really, really well for the show. Another show that's just kind of like zany all throughout, but it's a lot of fun because of it. I actually watched Kill la Kill dubbed, and I really liked the dub. Everybody had a great performance. I really liked Ryuko as a lead, and Nonon, I think. Like, she's kind of an enemy, but I liked her a lot. Comedy in Kill la Kill pretty much always hits. The action is great. There's a lot of great OST tracks. I just, like, I'm a... KyoAni and Trigger are like my top two studios. If they make something, I'm probably gonna at least reasonably enjoy it. And Kill la Kill goes beyond reasonably enjoy it into quite enjoyed it. I would put it I feel like I'd probably put it around here. There were moments where even I was like, yeah, kind of pushing it a bit, either in terms of like the fan service or how over the top the story would get, but it's fine. Kill la Kill, guilty pleasure of mine, really like it despite the fan service. I remember hearing it was supposed to be an ironic take on fan service, but man, does it have a lot. Great OST and story. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It is kind of an ironic take on fan service. And I think that's part of why the fan service works for the show. I mean, they really did do a lot, but totally agree on this, the OST, and I enjoyed the story. Pantheon Stalking, that's an SS plus tier show. I actually haven't seen Pantheon Stalking. It's on my list, though. Which did fan service better, Kill la Kill or DxD? I haven't seen DxD, so I couldn't say. But DxD is on my list. But, like, that's, like, intentionally... It's like an ecchi harem, you know? So, like, you go into that knowing there's going to be a lot of fan service. But I think out of all the shows I've watched, Kill la Kill is one of the better uses of fan service. Okay. Oh, I dropped my phone again. Hopefully no loud bang. Dragon Maid. So this is a show where some of the fan service rubs me the wrong way, and it kind of detracts from the show when that happens. Specifically, depending on which character is being used for the fan service. When it isn't resorting to some of the fan service, I think Dragon Maid is a very good comedy slice of life with like a nice underlying like heart to it in the Toru and Kobayashi, like their development and relationship. I really like that. I think season 2 especially was a big improvement on season 1, and it had a lot more focus on the two of them. So I think because of season 2, my opinion on the series overall definitely increased. Much better comedy, much better character development, and just like heart to it. So I would put Dragon Maid in good, but again, probably like towards. I really like Elma too, the food obsessed one. I feel like around here is probably fine. I could see it moving like up or down, or like up 1, maybe 2. But yeah, this seems fine. It's good. Konosuba. I think Konosuba is one of the better anime comedies out there. It's not like constant, just perfect comedy. I've only seen the first 2 seasons as well. I have not seen the movie yet. And I know there is a season 3 announced, and there's a spin-off that actually just started airing for like Megumin prequel, I guess. But I do really like Konosuba. Like, extremely over-the-top comedy. It's another one that has like a decent amount of fan service, but I think the fan service works for the show. Again, I really like fantasy settings. I think the relationship between Kazuma and the rest of the girls is really funny. Just all the different dynamics they have. Aqua is my favorite of the 3. I would say Aqua, then Megumin, and then Darkness. I think the voice acting performances for all the characters is top tier. Like, they really, really sell the comedy and the characters. And the animation, I think, also really helps because of the characters, like, the character movement and their expressions, I think is done very well. Which, you know, that's a big part of comedy. So between the voice acting and the visuals, it really sells what makes the show so funny. So I think because of how funny, like, it's really just a comedy. But I would put it probably here. Something that's basically pure comedy, it's hard to really break into the top tier for me. Just because I really do value the story. But Konosuba, I think, is hilarious. I've seen that one. That puts me at 2. There you go, Sebi. Progress. That's character development. I'm simping on the author, Kobayashi, on the amount of booba manga they made. It's almost borderline criminal. I can't say I know what they've made other than Kobayashi. I know there's one author. It's the same one who made Great Jahi. I think she's done... Is her name Pochi or something like that? She's done a bunch that are pretty booba heavy. I do like the Jahi manga quite a bit. I enjoyed the anime as well. But yeah, I don't know what else the Kobayashi one has made. Whoops, wrong direction. All right, we're almost down to only 3 rows left. We're making better time here. Made in Abyss. So, Made in Abyss Season 1, I gave a 9.5 out of 10. I thought it was phenomenal. Very gripping story, very tense, very interesting world building. I like the characters. The music is 10 out of 10. Kevin Penkin's soundtrack, phenomenal. The art, great. There's a couple things about it that made me a little uncomfortable, certain scenes. If you've watched it, you probably know which ones I'm talking about. The movie I didn't think was as good as the first season, but it still had some really good points. And then the second season, I actually borderline dropped it after 4 or 5 episodes because the number of scenes that made me uncomfortable went up. And I was like, I just am not enjoying this. But it really recovered in the second half. I thought they removed a bunch of those. And they really went all in on the world building and the story, which I think are by far the best aspects of Made in Abyss. So I think I ended up giving the second season like an 8.5. It was really, like, there was a couple scenes towards the end that got me really teary-eyed. And then there's also that scene in season 1 towards the end that I was just like really struggling to keep it together. But Made in Abyss is like a 10 out of 10 soundtrack. Amazing art, amazing world building, and amazing story. The only thing that really drags it down is some of those like uncomfortable scenes. But overall, I would put that in amazing. And I would probably put it... this seems fine to me. I think Dr. Stone I have more fun watching, even though I don't... like, the peaks of Made in Abyss are better, but Dr. Stone has a higher floor, so to speak. So, yeah, this seems fair to me. Madoka. So, I've only seen the first season of Madoka. I have not seen Rebellion, the movie. So I'm only talking about Madoka based on the first season. I did think the first season was pretty good. I think at the start, I was like, it's okay. But I could tell that there was something more to it. Like there was something underlying or mysterious. Like, and I was trying to figure out what that was. And then when like that episode happened, for people who have watched Madoka, I'm sure you know which episode I'm talking about. I was like, oh shit, here we go. And from then on, I was more interested in the story and the characters. Visuals, very, very good. Great art style. And the soundtrack is also extremely good. There's one song in particular from it that I'm obsessed with that I'm blanking on, but overall, Madoka is very solid. I need to get around to watching Rebellion. I know it's good. I watched the first season, but true, pretty heavy. You gotta prepare yourself. For the movie, are you saying that, Josh? Or even just for the first season? I mean, the first season gets pretty intense. I would put Madoka in good. And I'd probably put it... I feel like I'm kind of debating the order of Madoka, Akame ga Kill, and Death Parade. I'm just going to leave this for now. I feel like this is probably okay. I think another Madoka movie was announced after years. Yep, it was announced. They released a key art for it a few months ago, I think. I've heard how heavy it is, not much of a magical girl man. Sailor Moon didn't even get my attention, and that ran so other anime could walk in the West. I might mix up run and walk. Yeah, I'm not a big magical girl fan either, but I think Madoka is... like, it uses a magical girl setting, but it's more like, it's pretty dark and really focuses on like the intensity of the story. I feel like Madoka is like one of the OG like magical girls suffering type stuff. I was talking about Made in Abyss. Oh, okay, yes. In that case, totally agree. Yes, first season is good. I would say the second season has a scene or two that's heavier than the first season, and then the second season is like 15 times heavier than the first season. It's yeah, that shit fucked up, fam. There's no other way putting it. There were so like I was like physically cringing, like at some of the scenes that happen in season 2 of Made in Abyss. It is absolutely brutal. Very good, but very, very dark. A lot of like body horror too. Madoka's still heavy, but not as much. Oh wow, the White Claw reference. This is Maid-sama, I think. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this show. Haven't seen it. Mob Psycho 100. So, I actually didn't really like the first season. I thought the animation and the soundtrack were both really good, but I wasn't really keen on most of the characters or the story. Then I think it got a lot better with season 2 and season 3. Story was a lot more interesting. Characters got a lot of good development that made me like them more and just more invested in them. And then the animation, especially the action, is peak. Like I think because it's a lot of powers and like people and objects being thrown all over the place in Mob Psycho, it could be hard to keep track of potentially, but the way that I believe Bones is the studio, I think the way that they animated it and just framed things and the camera work, like it's very clear what's going on despite how crazy it is. And I really appreciated that. I think that was very good. So I would also put Mob Psycho in good. And I would probably put it, I think I gave the first season a 6.5, and then I gave the second and the third seasons an 8 each. I'd probably put it here. I watch anime for happy times, but people can like what they like. Yep, that's fair too. It's like, that's kind of how I feel about really challenging games. Like, I play games to have fun and enjoy myself. And I really don't like games, like the Souls games where I just get fucked up the whole time. Because I don't find that fun. I don't enjoy dying repeatedly to learn how a boss works. Like, that's not... I can see why people like the challenge. Because of how good it would feel to beat it. I don't like that. I play games to relax. So I can see the same logic being applied to like anime and movies and TV and whatnot. I like a good story, so even if it's a darker story, if it's a good story, I'll still enjoy it. But I can totally see why people would stick to like comedy slice of life stuff. Kaicho wa maid-sama to be exact. And we got the maid expert over here, Josh. I can't say I really know anything. I literally know nothing about it other than that maid is in the title. Difficult is fine, perfect memorization with harsh penalty is not. Completely agree. Yeah, I don't mind some mild challenge. Especially like a self-imposed thing, like a rhythm game, where it's like, oh, I'm playing on medium, I want to work my way into hard, and then I want to work my way into expert. Like, I don't mind that. Alright, Monogatari. Haven't seen it. So, I would say Monogatari, out of pretty much all of the shows that I haven't seen on this list, Monogatari is where probably like my highest priority, or the one that I'm most interested in checking out from my backlog. I know it's kind of like EVA, where it's very contentious, but I'm pretty interested in trying it out at least. I'm glad that we picked up One, the author. We might not get One Punch and Mob Psycho. What do you mean that you're glad that we picked them up? I do know that both of those get English releases, at least in the West, for like the manga. And then I know Mob Psycho got a complete anime adaptation. One Punch Man is still ongoing, so I don't know if that would. But I do know they announced a season 3. Now, One Punch Man is on here, so I'll end up talking about it later on. But season 2 was nowhere near as good as season 1, I thought. So it will be interesting to see what happens with 3. I think it's really going to depend on the studio and who's working on it. Alright, Mushoku Tensei, so another contentious one. I am in the boat of liking Mushoku. Like Made in Abyss, there are certain scenes that made me uncomfortable at times, but I think Mushoku has a very, very interesting story and excellent, like top tier world building. Like the way that they flesh out the world and all of the different characters and their backstories and how they're like intertwined and the different factions and this overarching like different thing like there's a lot going on in Mushoku, and I feel like we've only just scratched the surface, so I'm really looking forward to seeing it continue. And I also think, again, production, phenomenal. Like the art, some of the best I've ever seen in anime. The animation and the fights is amazing. The character designs are 10 out of 10. The music is great. The voice acting is very strong across the board. I do like the characters for the most part. I think they're pretty well written. Like, I'm very interested in or engaged in their stories. I think Eris is probably Eris and man, I'm blanking on his name. The tall bald guy. Yeah, I can't think of his name, but those two and Roxy. I think those are like my top 3. But I also think Rudy has a pretty interesting story. Rudy's dad, I think, is also. I think Mushoku is just very strong all around, in my opinion. It's a great fantasy adventure. But I do see why certain aspects of it turn people off. I would put Mushoku in good, and I would put it... I would put it up here. I'd say it has the potential to cross into A tier, depending on how the next season goes. But for now, I would say it's at the top of good. The current manga has taken a strange twist. I'm kind of interested on how people from the anime perspective will react. Do you mean like in how One Punch Man has gone, or is one working on like a new manga outside of One Punch and Mob Psycho that's taken the strange twist? If so, I mean, One Punch and Mob Psycho are both pretty successful, so I wouldn't be surprised if it did get an anime at some point. All right. 11:30. My God. Mushoku. Oh, okay. I assumed you were still talking about one there. Yeah, I mean, I'm anime only, so of course I actually do know how it ends. Or I know how Rudy's story ends, which is also how the main series ends. But I don't know everything in between, like how the most recent season of the anime ended and like the last 5 pages of the light novel. I got spoiled on that, unfortunately, but it wasn't really a big spoiler. So I'm not super worried. I'm looking forward to it though. I do think it's very interesting. Rapid fire, Leo, rapid fire. Yeah, oh man, we still have 2.5 rows essentially. All right, My Hero Academia. I really liked the first 2 seasons. Just very strong all around. I really like the superhero aspect. I think the world is interesting with the quirks. Great production with the visuals and the soundtrack for the first 2 seasons. And then, man, excuse me. Season 3, I think it started to go down. So first half of season 3, overhaul arc, I enjoyed. Second half of season 3, I didn't really care for as much. Oh no, sorry. First half of season 3 was not overhaul. First half of season 3 was that forest fight. That was still pretty good. I would say season 1 up through the first half of season 3 was all like 9 out of 10. Second half of season 3, then it starts to fall off. Then there's like some mini training arc I didn't really care about. Season 4, first half was the overhaul arc. I liked that. Second half had the festival, which I thought was alright. And it had that like spring guy. Didn't really care about that. And then the last couple episodes were good. And then season 5, it started off with that training arc, and I ended up just stopping. I got so bored during the train. I hate training arcs. I can't stand them. I think they're basically a waste of time. You could condense a whole arc of training arcs into like 2 episodes and you would lose nothing. Is generally my opinion. With My Hero, I guess I get it because there's so many different students and quirks. So the training arc, it gives you an opportunity to show more off. But I thought it was really boring. So I haven't seen it since the first 2 episodes of 5. I heard season 6 was really good. So I'll get back to it at some point. I would put it in decent based on what I've seen. And I would put it at the top of decent. Unfortunately, gotta bounce. Good night. Ugh, when will I bounce is the question. How fast will I get through the rest of these? But thanks for coming to the stream, Josh. Hope you had a good time. And have a good night. Yeah, I think My Hero at the top of decent is fair. I think it could move back up after I catch up on 5 and 6. Like, unfortunately, like, after the first 2 seasons, I would have had it, like, in A. And then after season 3, I probably would have dropped it to somewhere in good. And then after 4 and the beginning of 5, then it dropped into decent. Cammy won't be happy with either of us, Leo. Yeah, being up too late. Alright, it's 11:33 right now. I'm going to target finishing everything else by midnight. 27 minutes to get through 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 35, 40, like 42. Alright, I'm basically going to try and do 1 minute per. Maybe even less. It depends how many I haven't seen, because I can just skip those. This has been a lot longer than I expect. I mean, like I said, I really like talking about anime, so I could do it for a long time. Yeah, I was thinking this would only take me like 2.5 hours. This is what happens when I start talking about something I like. I'm normally very quiet and very introverted, and I don't speak a lot. But when it's a topic that I really like, love, and am passionate about, I can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. You can try. You did say rapid fire like 5 times. Yeah, I did. 2 out of 2. And that made the overseas view the manga, and it exploded, giving us the current timeline. Gotcha. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see then how it goes as it keeps going with the adaptation. I blame us for distracting. No. Don't blame yourself. I mean, it's true that I go off on tangents after things that I see in chat, but I like seeing people talk, and like whether that's with each other in the chat or with me, you know, that's all cool. So by all means, please continue to send comments and chat with me and each other. All right, Naruto. I have not seen it. A couple of my friends really like it. They all recommend I watch it. I would maybe consider it if I just like skipped over some of the filler stuff. But yeah, I have not seen it. I haven't seen any of the big shonen. No Game, No Life. I've only seen the first season. I haven't seen the sequel movie, which is technically a prequel. I heard it was really good, but I did like the first season a lot. It's one of those shows that I think has it's very bright, like the colors. It's a lot of like pinks and purples and blues and stuff, which I like. Like, it's different from the normal just like stereotypical anime style, I guess. And I really like games, of course. So I like how that plays into this series. Music is great. This has some fan service that I'm not super keen on, but for the most part, like, the characters, nothing super substantial, but I do like I guess, like, the setup, like the idea behind the series, and the production is very solid overall. So I would put it in good. Like, whenever I go silent and I'm just dragging these around, I'm like debating with myself. I'm spending more time thinking about the placements than I probably should. Like, it's not that important where in this good thing they go. I feel like around here is probably good. Your Thursday game of choice this week is the biggest pog you've ever dropped. I mean, I know next to nothing about Henry Stickmin, so it'll be interesting. All I've seen is like occasional clips from some VTubers I like playing it. But like at most I've seen like 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. I've never seen a full playthrough of most of the choices or anything. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what I think for like a completely blind playthrough for the most part. My recommendation, just read the Naruto manga and never perceive Boruto after that. Yeah, I hear Boruto catches a lot of flack. I did see a clip of a fight from Boruto though, of it was Naruto and Sasuke fighting something. I actually thought it looked pretty good. But, you know, Boruto wasn't in it. It was a clip of those two from Boruto doing a fight. Noragami. How I wish Noragami would get more seasons. Man, first 2 seasons of Noragami, I mean, there's only 2. I really like this series. So I really hope that it gets more at some point. I've heard the manga is close to ending. So maybe when it ends, then they'll go back and do more seasons or something. I don't know. It's been like 7 or 8 years since the last... I think 7 years since the last season. So I don't know how hopeful I am, but The Devil is a Part-Timer came back with new stuff, so who knows? Fingers crossed. Either way, Noragami, I think, again, I really like the story. Especially in Season 2. Like, the middle to end of Season 2, I think it really picked up, and I liked how it went. I do really like the main cast, Yato and Hiyori and Bishamon. Yato's like sword Yukine or something like that, I think. I'm a little iffier on him. I think he had some good development. But it's another one with just great production all around and an interesting story. Can't really go wrong with it. I hope they do more. I would put that in A. I think the end of A, yeah. One Piece I have not seen. I know that's the one that everybody says is the best out of like the big shonens. But very intimidating with how many episodes there are of the anime and how many chapters there are of the manga. So realistically, I probably won't watch it just because it's so long and I can't deal with how long it is. But obviously it piques my interest in terms of how good people consistently say it is. Never say never. It's always a chance I go back. One Punch Man. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I really liked the first season. I think that was great all around for just like, it's funny. The action was great. It was entertaining. Production is solid. Second season, I think the story and characters actually get better, but the production takes such a dip compared to the first season. Because there was a studio change and everything. I actually have read ahead in the manga. The manga's art is like absolutely god tier. Incredible. So it's really unfortunate when the anime doesn't get as good of adaptation as it should. So I'm cautiously optimistic for season 3, depending who gets it. Even with season 2 not being great, I would still put it in good. I like One Punch more than Mob Psycho. I feel like if it was only season 1, it would be higher, but with season 2, I kind of have to keep it where it is. One Piece is too long, not enough time on this earth to watch all of that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying earlier too. Like, I could consume so many other series in that same time. And they do say, you know, quantity over quality, or, you know, quality over quantity. But I could watch a lot of good stuff in the same time it would take just to do One Piece. So I love the One Punch memes. Yeah, there's some good memes for the series. One Piece anime has a lot of filler. Just stick to the manga if you want to save time. I've heard that too, yeah. I'd either have to skip all of the filler episodes, just using like one of those filler checks, or read the manga instead. And I read a lot faster than I'm a pretty fast reader. So I would get through it much quicker than reading it than I would watching it, yeah. All right. Origairu. So, not a huge fan of Origairu. I have seen the whole series. I like Yui a lot. The orange-haired girl here on the right. And I think each season of the anime gets better. But I do like Iroha as well, the other girl. Yukino, I think, is just okay. My biggest issue with Origairu is the main character. Most of the time, I can't stand the dude. And I see a lot of comments that are like, oh my god, he's just like me for real, or like, oh, one of the most relatable protagonists in anime. Guys, if you can relate to Hachiman from Origairu more than just like the occasional comment or thought process he has, that's like a sign to work on yourself. That's all I'll say. That guy is a real piece of work. People are like, oh, he's a role model. He's the best guy, no. No. That's like saying, no, I'm not gonna go there. I was gonna make a comparison and then I realized it wasn't even in the same boat. Yeah, his attitude aggravates me. Just a lot of the things he says and does and thinks aggravates me. Not a fan of him. He has moments, like he's not absolutely awful. And it's a decent romance drama as a whole. But aside from certain characters, I just think it's very eh. I would put Origairu in meh. I'd probably put it at the top of meh. Yeah, isn't One Piece like a month straight of watch time or something like that? Yeah. Like if an episode is 24 minutes and a day has 24 hours, so let's say you could watch 3 episodes per hour. So you could watch 3 times 24, that's 72 episodes per day. So that means you could watch, in 10 days, you could watch 720. So it would take you basically 15 days straight to watch the whole anime if all you did was only watch that. No sleeping, no eating, no bathroom breaks, no anything. Just sitting there and watching One Piece straight. It would take you basically 15 days. That's assuming you skip the OP and the ED every single episode too. OMG's just like me for real, just kidding. Never heard if the anime might keep it on my watch list. It's not bad. I think I look at it a little more harshly than a lot of people do. Some of my friends like it a lot more than me. I think it really just depends how you feel about the characters. But it's a pretty decent romance drama. Everyone wants to be edgy. People like to pretend they're characters that shouldn't be liked. Like when people say they want to be Rick from Rick and Morty. Yeah, that's another one where it's like, dude, if you idolize Rick, you got problems. There's nothing wrong with liking the character. But if you idolize them or want to be them or like, oh yeah, that's me. Again, you know, to each their own. But I think you need to, if you really think they're like you, try and think about the character critically a bit and look inwards. How could I improve myself to not be like them? And like Hachiman from Origairu, he's not a bad guy. Like he cares about people and he's had some stuff that happened to him, and I think he gets a little better as it goes, but he still kind of aggravates me even through to the end. F tier is starving Leo. Yeah, like I said, if it's something I absolutely hated, I probably didn't even finish it. But looking at what's left, I think there will be one anime out of everything that's left that will be an F tier. Which one will it be? Who knows? We'll find out. But one of these lucky anime will be the one and only one to end up in F tier. Ooh, the suspense. The wait is on. Which one is it? Yes, there will be one in this stream. Overlord. Another one where I feel like it kind of depends on the season how much I like it. I think it's another one that has pretty solid world building, story, and characters. At times it's almost like it's too much. Like, there are so many names of characters. Excuse me. Names of characters and cities and like item. Like, there's a ton to keep track of. It's really impressive what the author was able to make, but it's almost like overwhelming at points. Season 1 I thought was decent. Season 2 and 3 and 4 I thought were better than 1. Mostly because it adds a lot more characters from like surrounding kingdoms, and then it increases the plot to like encompass more like political drama and wars between the kingdoms. So I think it definitely gets better from the first season. But there's also like no characters that I'm just like enamored with. Like, I enjoy a lot of it, but I don't love most of it, if that makes sense. Like, it's very much another good but not great type thing. So I would put Overlord in good, and I would probably put it like here, like towards the back half of good. I enjoy it. I know every time a new season or anime or a new piece of Overlord comes out, I'll enjoy it, but I never have looked at it as like better than like a 7.5 out of 10. I'm okay-ish with dubious anime. I mean, I'm praising X-Arm for the worst but best animation, for God's sake. Man, I can't watch X-Arm. That animation is something. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with like an so bad it's good type thing. Or, you know, even if you, like, some people might look at it something like that, like me, but, you know, other people might look at it and be like, wow, I actually like this. This is actually good. Totally fine. Like, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I will never make fun of somebody or rip on them for liking something that I don't like. Toradora, that ending is an absolute disgrace. That'll be your F tier. We'll find out. I Want to Eat Your Pancreas movie. Haven't seen it. I've seen very conflicting things on it. Some people seem to think it's very emotional and good. Some people seem to think it is garbage. One of these days I'll get around to watching it. I'm sure I'll at least tear up. I know something about what happens. But as of now, I have not seen it. On the other hand, Parasite. I really liked Parasite. That's one of those, like, it's intense. It's a great thriller. The action is good. Oh, that's the title. That is the actual title. I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. Yeah, I really liked Parasite. Story is just great from beginning to end. I think it's a little frustrating towards the beginning. The main character, it's kind of like when people are like, Shinji, just get in the robot. Like, I feel like I felt kind of the same about the main character in Parasite a bit towards the beginning. But, like, objectively, with both Shinji and the main character from Parasite, whose name I'm blanking on, Izumi maybe? Like, you think about it objectively, most people would react the same way that they're reacting in that situation. It's totally understandable. But once he kind of, like, goes through his glow-up, like, character arc, and then the story really kicks in, it gets really, really good. Great opening song. It's like that metalcore-y type thing. Has some great story beats. I did like the main character quite a bit. I liked multiple of the side characters. Soundtrack has some pretty good songs from what I'm thinking. I really liked Migi actually as well, that character. I even teared up a little bit at one thing at the end. But yeah, Parasite, very, very strong. Like, nice, complete adaptation. Satisfying story from beginning to end. Highly recommend it if you like action thriller type stuff. I would put that in A for amazing. And I would put that I'd put that here. Parasite's in S tier. I am one of the only two, the other being Chobits. So funnily enough, when you said Chobo in that first message, I actually assumed that you meant Chobits. I haven't seen it, but I know the name. And then when you said choice in the sorry to like correct it, then I got confused and I was like, oh, it wasn't Chobits? Is there something called choice that I don't know about? So then the final message, okay, it is Chobits. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I've heard good things. Pet Girl of Sakuraso, I think is this one. I haven't seen it. I heard it was decent, and then I heard the light novels. People really, really didn't like the ending to the light novels. So people actually say that it's good that this wasn't a complete adaptation and that it ended where it did. I do know what people don't like about the light novel ending. So I could kind of see why people don't like it. Yeah. I've seen it. Crazy. Oh my god, Sebi, that's number 3. 3 out of like 75 to 80. Actually, wait a second. So I got 80, 20. Yeah, so about 3 out of 74, I think, if I just counted this correctly. Yeah, I have not. It is on my list. I don't know if I'll get around to it anytime soon, but yeah. Princess Mononoke is this one. I also haven't seen it. Again, another Ghibli movie. Only one I've seen is Spirited Away. I would go B tier. Oh, that's not bad at all. Man, I finished my whole water bottle and my whole thing of tea. I am crushing these liquids. Crushing it. Staying hydrated. Alright. Yeah, it's good to know it's B tier. Like, it is on my list. I don't know if or when I'll get to it, but, like, it seems fun. Promised Neverland. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, huh? Season 1? Awesome. A great thriller anime, great cliffhangers, great twists, great production, just like a great show from start to finish, season 1. Season 2? What the heck happened? I didn't think that season 2 was dog shit like a lot of people did. There were aspects to it that I thought were good. But definitely a big fall compared to season 1, which is really too bad. Because season 1 of Neverland by itself, I would say is like high B tier. And then when you add in season 2, it goes like up. Somewhere around like here. Like, it just falls so much because of that second season. Like, really? Like, I like the 3 main characters, and then, you know, some of them do some things in the second season where I'm like, why are you acting like that? And then there's, like, some plot conveniences that just seem, like, so contrived, or it's just, like, really, like, what are the odds that that would happen? Just to make this one thing change or not like, oh. Too many conveniences, just less interesting, less intense. It was interesting from a world building perspective, but I didn't really like the direction it went in the second season, unfortunately. So it drops a lot because of that. I'd probably put Fire Force above that too. More like Never Again. Yeah, for real. Hate when the writing is unnatural. Yeah, it's just like the writing was so good in the first season too. And then, so basically it's like, from what I understand, for people who have read the manga, everyone agrees that the arc for the first season is the peak of the series. And then the second season, the stuff that happens in the manga after the first season, there's like 2 or 3 good arcs. And they actually completely cut out one of those arcs from the second season. Like the one that people consider the second best of the series. Why? To speed run to that ending and the arc that people don't like, evidently. Like, the second season, it seemed like they just cut a shit ton of stuff out to say, like, oh, complete story. And they cut out some of the good stuff, apparently. I don't know. Psychopaths. So this is another one where there's multiple seasons, and I think each season is pretty self-contained. Like, they relate to each other, and they are direct sequels. But you could watch them... Like, it's not necessary to watch the sequels, so to speak. So, like, Psychopaths, amazing thriller, great world building. The first season of Psychopaths is, like, high A. Like, it's up here. Phenomenal story, great contrast between like the main good guy protagonist and antagonist. Lots of twists. Like, in terms of story and characters, the first season of Psychopaths is really, really, really good. A tier. This was the only anime my dad liked the one time that we could watch something together. Yeah, I could totally see, like, I've considered trying to get my mom to watch some anime with me before. And Psychopaths is one of the few that I've pitched her that she was like, oh, that actually sounds pretty interesting. So maybe one day she and I will watch it together. Who knows? But I could totally see like this being a good one to watch with parents. However, it's like, how do I rank it? You know, like season 2 I watched and I was like, it was okay. It felt like it copied a lot from season 1, but with worse characters. Like, it was new characters who weren't as good as the ones from season 1. And it copied a lot of the same plot beats. And then there was the movie, which I thought was better than season 2, but not as good as season 1. And then they had season 3, which I thought was better than season 2 in the movie, but not as good as season 1. And then they released like a sequel movie to season 3 that I haven't watched. And then there were some like side story movies that I haven't watched. So season 1 by itself would be like here. Factoring in season 2 and 3 and the movie, I'd probably drop it to like here. I would still put it in A because of how strong the first season is and how you could leave that completely independently, get a complete story and not miss anything. And you could look at like season 2 and on as like just extra stuff in the series if you like it. So I think this is fair, like factoring in the other stuff. Wish my dad would try anime, but he's always like, I don't do cartoons. Yeah, there's a lot of people who just look at it as cartoons and cartoons are for kids, which is clearly not the case. When you have some of the stuff that happens in these, like they get pretty... Tell me Made in Abyss is for kids, you know? Clearly not, but a lot of people won't even give it a chance because cartoons are for kids, right? Alright. Getting close, almost like a row and a half left. I'm gonna go quickly to get a little bit more water. Midnight catch me Thursday with a leash around my neck. Yeah, both of us. Hopefully I even have a voice on Thursday. I've basically just been talking nonstop. Like, it's not like a game where, like, I'll pause talking for cutscenes and while I'm trying to focus on stuff. Like, it's basically been nonstop talking for almost 4 hours. I'm gonna be shredded tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, maybe I've been streaming enough to build up some slight resistance, but I can tell my voice is getting a little... Like, my throat's getting a little sore, and I feel like the voice is sounding a little weaker, so we'll see. So I definitely need to get some more water, so... I'll be back in a sec. I'll do commentary, no worries. Thanks, Sebi. There you go. Could do text-to-speech, yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, took a little bit longer there than I expected. But I'm back with a nice cold bottle of water. Woo! Alright. Crack open this bad boy. Okay. This is a Sebi smash out of 10 boys. That seems like a high rating. I create conversations with myself so much I'd like to think I have some tolerance build up. I think, so with talking for long periods of time, there's definitely multiple aspects. One, I mean, your throat is a muscle just like anything else in your body. So, you know, by talking a lot and practicing, naturally, I think you'll build up more tolerance. Like just, I think I've definitely built up more tolerance just by streaming for these 2 months with talking for longer periods of time and more often and whatnot. But if it is a lot, I definitely will still get a sore throat for a day or two afterwards. But yeah, there's doing it to essentially exercise it. There's definitely things to do, like to protect it, like drinking a lot of water, to stay hydrated, making sure you're breathing properly, having tea or honey, cough drops, like stuff like that to keep your throat like soothed. And then there's also like vocal exercises and warm-ups, which I think that's where I kind of lack and I could do more. Like I do a little bit of like humming and stuff like that before I start streaming, but I don't do as much as I probably should or could. I just don't even know where to look to like find good exercises. Don't get to see the BRB screen often. We're getting a little treat here. The music is pretty pog too. Thank you, Master and Sevi. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little surprise. You get a break from hearing me talk and you get to listen to some music. One of the main reasons for having an interest in the art of literature is because I enjoy talking to myself way too much. There you go. Good hobby to get into then if you like that, yeah. Really keeps the hype up. I'm glad to hear it. When I do unclean vocals, my throat dies after 20 minutes or so. Yeah, when I was in high school and I did a lot more of the unclean stuff, I totally feel that. Like, you know, I would really only do it when I was home alone, but if I had like a half-hour period where I was alone and I was just going ballistic in my room, like jamming out, screaming along to stuff, definitely after that, you know, I never learned how to scream, you know, like at some point I just kind of learned or taught myself how to do like the lower growls. So I definitely don't do it right, and I probably am doing damage if I do it for too much. So I would need to learn the proper technique, I think, to do it for any kind of longer period of time than just a couple minutes. I took 2 years of choir class, so we had to do the same annoying warm-ups every single time. It would be annoying, but I think it definitely does protect your voice. If someone caught me singing or screaming, I would die. I mean, same. And that's why I only would ever really do it when I'm home alone. Both singing and screaming. Especially because I don't think I'm really good. So that makes it even more embarrassing if I do get caught. Now I want a vocal training stream. Singing when no one is home is a different kind of vibe. I'd have to work up so much courage to do something like that. It would be unreal. Do a membership stream that costs $10,000 to enter or something. Pay wallet. I definitely need to work on that though, just to get better. Singing when no one is at home is a different kind of vibe. It's true though, like if you're completely alone, you can really just let loose and don't have to worry about people hearing you or judging you. Like you're just having fun. Nice Sebi took it all through school. We should harmonize together. I did not take it in school. I wouldn't be able to harmonize. You guys might be able to. Another sip of water here. Take my money, 10,000 is too cheap. Damn, got some deep pockets, huh? All right, back to the tier list. Got got distracted for a second checking my fantasy baseball team. I got shelled yesterday. Ah! Yes, Master, we could take the world by storm. There you go. You guys met in Leo Lovelace's chat, and you'll go off to become the harmonizing duo. Sebi War God, or Master Solus. Yeah, I think we agreed that Master Solus sounded pretty cool. All right. ReZero. I really like ReZero. I do think I've slightly cooled off on it over time. However, season 1, I think that was one I watched in college. It was like one of my first big fantasy anime. I was like, holy shit, like this is dark. This has an amazing story. Constant cliffhangers keeping me on the edge of my seat, which I love. I think good production overall. The weakest thing with ReZero I feel for me is the characters. I like Subaru as a protagonist, but he's also frustrating at the same time. Like a lot of, like, again, you're in his situation objectively, you're not going to react smart in a bunch of these situations. But like when I'm watching it, I'm like, oh my god, Subaru, why did you do this or that? Oh, why did you say that? Why didn't you do, like, so that can be frustrating. And then I think a lot of the side characters are kind of like just unexplored. When they get more time, like Rem, I think is a good character, but she had a lot of time to develop. Echidna, same thing. Great side character, great antagonist, but she has a lot of time to develop. Season 2, I didn't like quite as much as season 1, and I don't know if that's because I cooled off on the series a little bit because it was so long between seasons or what. But I did still quite like it. Overall, I mean, it's a very strong story. It's very dark. It's a great thriller. And I will gladly watch more and more seasons as they do it. I would put it in A. I'd probably put it around here. Something like this, I would say, yeah. It's in amazing for me. It would have been higher before, and it's kind of dropped a little bit. But I do still quite like it. Disastrous Life of Psyche K, I haven't seen, but I've heard it's pretty funny. Samurai Champloo, or Champloo, however you say that. Again, I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things. Seraph of the End. Oh, I like Psyche. Nice and chill slice of life comedy. You can turn it on in the background. Dub wasn't bad too. That's pretty similar to what one of my friends also told me. So I have to go for now. Thanks for making this insightful tier list. Bye-bye. No problem, Subeiro. Hope you had I'm glad you had a good time watching it. Thanks for stopping by the stream and being active in chat and everything. Hope you have a good rest of your night. But yeah, I've heard it's definitely a solid, chill slice of life comedy. And is it? I don't know if it's a complete adaptation. Is it? I know there's a couple seasons. I feel like I heard it was a complete adaptation. Waves. I wish I could wave back. I don't have a toggle for it, so all I can do is just wave my head side to side. Seraph of the End. So I think Seraph of the End is pretty underrated, honestly. Like, when it first came out, I think a lot of people were just like, oh, it's Attack on Titan, but vampires. Like, I mean, maybe you could kind of make that similarity. I don't know about that. I did quite enjoy what they released of the anime, and I actually started then reading the manga afterwards, and I think it's pretty good. I do like the main group of characters. Great animation, great fights. There's like a particular scene, if you've seen it, with like sounding the trumpet. If you've seen it, you know what I mean. That scene is great the first time that happens. Just, I don't have a ton to say about it. I do think the story and the world building is interesting. I like the characters, good production. Overall, I think it's underrated. I would put it in good, but towards the back half. Probably around here. Need that 2.0 update, then you can make Yabai hand gestures. Oh man. Yeah, potentially get me bonked on YouTube. Next, Seven Deadly Sins. I have not seen. A couple of my friends have seen it and they really like it. But I've heard that it's really just the first 2 seasons that are good, and then seasons like 3 and on, I've seen clips of it, and the production seems like it really nosedived, unfortunately. So, you know, Own it, haven't watched. I mean, for what it's worth, the first and second seasons are supposed to be good. So it might be worth at least watching those. Rising of the Shield Hero is next. Season 1 was good, the rest not so much. Gotcha. Yeah, I probably won't watch it at that point. Like, even if season 1 is good, if I know what comes after that is not, it doesn't make me very... Like, and now I've seen clips from the new stuff, and it's all like this clunky CG looking animation. Meh. Alright, yeah, so Shield Hero. When I first watched Shield Hero, I was like, this is decent. Over time, I have come to very much dislike Shield Hero. The story is okay. The art is okay. The music is good. Another Kevin Penkin soundtrack. I do very much like Kevin Penkin's work. Now, you come to the characters, right? The thing that I think is second most important, or third most important for me. Some of the worst characters I've ever seen in any piece of media. Holy shit, they suck. Okay, like the main character, Shield Hero himself, Naofumi, he's okay. Raftalia, I like her. This girl, she's tolerable. The purple hair girl, whose name I forget, she's okay. If you are not one of those 4 characters, I basically don't like you. For that whole show. The king and the princess, awful, dog shit. The other heroes, especially the spear hero, legitimately the spear hero might be my most hated character in any piece of media I've ever consumed. That guy is infuriating. Terribly written. Unlikable. Punchable face. Piece of shit. Hate him. That's my review of Spear Hero. And that's how I feel about most of the characters. And because I hate the characters so much, it makes my enjoyment of the series also low. And that's my number 1 thing. It's not all bad, of course. Like I said, the story has some good points. I think the initial plot thing, like set up to the series, is kind of stupid. There is a really good scene, like 2/3, 3/4 through, where like the people who you've been getting annoyed at get what's coming to them. That's definitely satisfying. But aside from the story, the music, and like that one, or some of the story and the music, I really don't like the rest of it. I will not watch season 2 or 3 because of how much I despise the characters in this series. So, here is the big reveal. My 1F is Shield Hero. Kaka. Poopy. Kaka Poopy is my review of Shield Hero. 2 words. That's all I need. I cannot stand it. Again, that's just my opinion. If you like Shield Hero, that's, you know, good for you. I am glad that you like it. I'm glad that you see things in it that I either don't or just don't agree with. You know, maybe Spear Hero makes some good development, and I wouldn't know because I haven't seen it. I don't know. But I just personally did not enjoy it for 80% of it. F tier is happy. Yep, now every tier gets at least one thing. A Silent Voice. So, very popular movie. I think I don't like it quite as much as a lot of people do, but I do still think it's pretty good. the music is definitely like a 9 out of 10. Great soundtrack to this. The art and the animation, again, like it's a KyoAni thing. I'm pretty sure it's KyoAni, and I love their character designs and just their work on visuals in general. Very, very much like it. So from a production standpoint, A Silent Voice is like a 10 out of 10. Where I have some likes and dislikes is the story and the characters. I do like the story as a whole. I think it's very heartwarming how the characters really go on this like journey of self-improvement. I can respect that. Certain characters I felt like were a little more detrimental to the story. Like they could have either not been included or just been toned down and it would have been better. But for the most part, I think the highlight is the main two characters. If you haven't seen it or aren't familiar, the setup is just that the main male character bullied the main female character when they were kids in like elementary school because she was deaf. And then eventually the class turned on him because he was bullying her, and he was ostracized and then bullied for that. So it's a tough movie to watch, like because of all of the bullying. There's like suicide attempts, like there's some dark stuff in it, but I think the underlying story and like the message of like self-improvement and all that makes it worth a watch. Yeah, so I would put it in good, but again I would probably put it more towards the back half. Probably like around here. I did tear up at a scene towards the end as well. Steins Gate is my F on this list. Watch the whole thing and all the sides. Still don't get why people liked it. Those are fighting words, master. I really like Steins Gate. I mean, my whole character is very designed or very inspired by Okabe from Steins Gate. Again, you know, to each their own. If you don't like it, that's totally cool. I really liked it. So I'm bummed that you didn't like it, but you know, I do know a lot of people think the beginning is pretty slow and just hard to get into. I personally was pretty invested, even just in the first episode or two, but I do see why, especially like the first 12 episodes, honestly, how you could see that that's slow. And certain characters and their little mini arcs are better than others. Alright, that time I got reincarnated as a slime. I quite like the series. It's another one kind of like ReZero, where I really liked the first season, and then the second season I still liked it, but not quite as much. And I kind of feel like Food Wars, where for me it's mostly like I found it very entertaining to watch, and I really liked the cast. Like, it's another cast where, you know, the main character is super OP in a fantasy world. He beats his enemies easily, and then the enemies end up becoming allies, and you end up really liking them when they become allies. So I really liked that aspect of just continually introducing new characters, bringing them into the like ally group, seeing how they all work together to face new adversaries. Yeah, I found it very fun for that. The story really isn't half bad either. It really picks up, especially in the second season. Yeah. So I would probably put Slime... I actually haven't seen the movie yet. It came out in theaters while I was busy preparing for, like, A, my VTuber debut, and B, my anime awards. So I didn't really have time to swing it. I'll catch it at some point. Yeah, I'd probably put Slime around here. About every anime I've seen doesn't exist in the top 100. Sebi service isn't for everyone I see. Hey, they could be in the top 100 highest rated for all we know. Just not in the most popular. Have a more niche taste. I own, haven't watched. If only I could get a dime for every time I've said those words. You have definitely said it quite a few times. Just means you have a good backlog to get through. Soul Eater, I have not watched. I heard good things. Maybe I'll get to it at some point, but I don't know if it... I don't think it had a ending in the actual anime, right? I don't think it fully adapted the manga, and then it never got another season. So I don't know. On a good side, we are on the final row. Only on one row, and it's 12:25. Oh my god. I'm really trying to get to work earlier so I can get home earlier. So I'm going to have a rough morning. But we must see this to completion. We must finish this list. Alright, Spirited Away. I said this was the one Ghibli movie I had seen. This was like the second anime that I ever saw. It was basically like, again, not counting the things I watched as a kid. Death Note I watched in middle school. Or like the summer between middle and high school. And that was my first like anime I watched. Then I watched Spirited Away actually in class in school. We watched it in one of our history classes. And then I watched Attack on Titan my senior year of high school. And that was when it really snowballed into me really liking anime. Don't worry, Leo, I close tomorrow, get off work at 12 a.m. Yay. At least you can sleep in then. That's good. I mean, closing isn't fun. Like, getting off at 12 a.m., that sucks. But yeah, at least you can sleep in. So Spirited Away, overall, I liked it. Again, it's another thing where, like, I liked it, but I didn't think it was as incredible as a lot of people seem to think. I think it's been like 10 years, 11 years since I've watched it, so I'd probably need to revisit it to really get a more concrete opinion on it. I remember the art style and the animation I really liked, and I did appreciate the story, but I honestly don't remember a whole lot of it. I remember No Face. I just remember thinking it was like a solid 7. So I'll put it in good, and I'll put it at the end of good. All right, Spy Family. So along with Chainsaw Man, this is like one of the newest ones on the list. I like Spy Family. It is another series that I'd read a good chunk of the manga before the anime came out. So I knew pretty much everything from this first season, everything except the last couple episodes. I really liked the first half. The second half I wasn't as into, mostly because there was a little less focus on the main trio, and there was like a bunch of Fiona stuff. And I don't like dislike Fiona, but I don't think her arc is as interesting as the main group. The best part about Spy Family for sure is the characters. Excuse me. Lloyd, Yor, and Anya and Bond are a great like family unit. I really like seeing them like slowly grow closer. They're very much a found family, I feel. So it's nice seeing them become more like an actual family rather than strangers. And I think the comedy just consistently hits with Spy Family. The whole 25 episode run, very consistent comedy. Plenty of heartwarming moments. Definitely looking forward to season 2 and the movie, which are both this year, I think. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. I work at 11, but I stay up late anyway. Hey, I mean, I work 9 to 5, so... when you factor in what time I need to wake up to get ready and then drive to work and everything, it's... That's why whenever I end up having a stream where I stay up super late on a day that I go in the office, I'm like, I'm having fun, and I'm enjoying doing it, but man, am I gonna have a rough morning. It's a good thing that we have coffee there. I really want to watch Spy Family, just haven't gotten around to it. I definitely recommend it. It's very good. And it's easy to watch because it's mostly a like slice of life comedy. I mean, there's definitely a story, but it's not the main thing. 5 hours is plenty. I wish. I'm the type who generally needs like 7 at least. I'd say 7 to 8. If I get less than 7, I generally feel sick in the morning, which is annoying. If I get less than 6, like, I feel disgusting. Five is plenty, 6 is puck. Yeah, I wish I could pull that. 5 is my golden amount any morning I wake up tired. Damn. You guys are just built different, being able to run on 5. If I get 5 hours, I feel sick in the morning, and I need, like, a coffee or 2 to keep me going. Once I actually get up and start moving around, it'll, like, slowly wear off, but, like, the first hour or 2 is a massive struggle. I didn't actually rank Spy Family, so I would put Spy Family in good, and I would put it, like, towards the top of good. I'd probably put it around here. I think, like, the peaks of Konosuba's comedy is funnier than Spy Family's. But Spy Family has more, like, heartwarming moments, which is also nice. I could see it moving into A tier after season 2, depending what happens in that. My body just says no after hour 6, you wake up now. I think 6 hours is a full sleep cycle. Alright, Steins Gate. So I know you said this is an F for you, Master. Unfortunately, I'm going to strongly disagree with that, and I'm putting that in S. That's my number 4 of all time, is Steins Gate. Personally, I liked it all the way around. I think Okabe is my number 1 protagonist of all time. I love the dude. I think he's incredibly engaging. I think he's very well written main character. I really also like Kurisu as the combo. So my design, if you didn't know, of my VTuber is like a cross between Okabe and Kurisu, kind of. I liked the lab coat because I wanted to be a scientist like Okabe. My tie, you can see like where it's pulled down like that. Like that's the same way that Kurisu wears her tie. So my tie is like mimicking her. And then you can see like my shirt under my jacket, how there's that like blue line on the pocket of the shirt. That's also modeled after Kurisu because she has that like blue line on the pocket of her shirt. So yeah, my design is very inspired by aspects of those two. I really love those two. I love the ship of those two. I really like them as main characters. I like the rest of the cast as well, especially Suzuha, Daru, and Mayuri. The rest of them aren't as strong as those main 5, but I like them. Another story that I feel like the plot twists and cliffhangers just kept me wanting to see more and more. I believe I watched all of Steins Gate in one day, basically in 2 sittings. I do think that Steins Gate 0 and the other side stuff is not as good as the main series. I'd say the main series is like a solid 9. And then like the movie and Steins Gate 0 and the other like OVAs are like 8s, 7.5s, depending on the thing. But I really, really liked the main story. I liked the whole setup of traveling through time and seeing the consequences and then trying to undo it, and then the big reveal of like what that means, like when they realize what they have to sacrifice to undo this time. So yeah, I really like Steins Gate as a whole, but I totally respect if you don't like it. That's fine. Everybody has different opinions, but it is in my top 5 of all time, and Okabe is my number 1 guy of all time, and Kurisu is in my top 5 girls of all time. Be careful, Master knows more. Yeah, we'll see if we have to throw hands or not. Sword Art Online. So this is another one that It sounds like I have an unpopular opinion, but I really don't. It's more of just the vocal people on the internet love to hate on it. I like sword art. You know, I've said before, this probably same line. I don't think it's the best thing since like sliced bread. I don't think it's trash. I think depending on the season and the arc, it ranges anywhere from a 6.5 to an 8. The first season, I really liked the Aincrad arc, and then I didn't really care for the second arc, the fairy dance one. The second season, I liked the Gungail arc, and I liked the Yuki arc. Alicization is season 3. I think that was... No, sorry. In between season 2 and 3, there was the Ordinal Scale movie. I really liked that. And then season 3 was Ordinal Scale. Season 3 was Alicization, and I really liked that. I think that was the peak of sword art. No, Aincrad, I guess, was probably number 1, but Alicization is very close to that. And then the one after Alicization is called War of Underworld. I don't like that as much. I think that's probably the weakest in sword art. It had good fights, great animation, but in terms of like the actual quality of the story, I wasn't as into that. And then there's those progressive side movies. I've only seen the first one, but I like that. I know they've announced more, so I need to catch those. Overall, I do like sword art. I think the visuals are consistently great. The character designs are solid. The animation for the fights is great. Like great choreography, great animation, very easy to follow. The soundtrack is always great. There's a lot of standout tracks, I think. I do like most of the characters. I think the main characters... Kirito, I'm not a huge fan of, but Asuna I really like. She's in my top 5 best girls. I do like Suguha. I like Klein. I like Agil. I like Sainon. I like Alice. I like YuGiOh. The antagonists, I think, are kind of crap most of the time. I don't really care about it. I don't think any of them are good antagonists. So that's kind of whatever. The story is interesting enough most of the time. Like, it's fine. But for me, it's like, it's a good popcorn series. Like, it's easy to watch, aside from a couple tough scenes. I like most of the main characters. Easy on the eyes and ears. I talked a lot about that, but I would put Sword Art in good. I think I'd probably put it around here. When I've said I've seen a 5th of these, I meant a 20th apparently. Damn, you got your work cut out for you, Sebi. A lot of good stuff here to watch. Alright, Devil is a Part-Timer. I really liked Season 1. Back when I first watched it, I watched it dubbed. And I thought it had a really good dub. Especially the main character, Mao, and Ashia. Excuse me. The second season was nowhere near as good as the first season, unfortunately. And then they announced a 3rd season. I'll still watch it, because I like the characters. But the art was a downgrade, the comedy wasn't as good. The story actually had some interesting beats. I really like the Mao x Emi ship. And I really like Ashia. I think he's hilarious. So I would put it in decent. Like, if it was just season 1, I would have put it in good, but season 2 dropped it enough that I think it's in like the lower end of decent, unfortunately. I'd probably put it at the end of decent, actually. Yeah. That seems reasonable to me. I hope that they can right the ship a bit in the 3rd season if they have more time for the production and whatnot, but I do know something about the ending that I don't like. The direction that went, so I don't know. I think season 1 is just going to kind of stand on its own as like, this was a great one-off season, and I guess you're lucky that you're getting more even if it's not as good. Tokyo Ghoul. So this is another one where I think I have kind of an unpopular opinion in that I kind of like Tokyo Ghoul. A lot of people are like, oh, the anime adaptation is just trash. Visually, it's not as good as the manga, sure. I did read the Tokyo Ghoul manga. I didn't read Tokyo Ghoul Re. I just read Tokyo Ghoul. Yeah, the visuals in the manga are incredible. So I agree it's not as good in that sense. And I do see like Tokyo Ghoul Season 1 is faithful, and then Season 2 kind of goes off the rails and does its own thing. I didn't mind that. And I thought that the Re anime was pretty decent. Like, it was very fast. It wasn't great visually by any sense of the word, or any sense of the word, yeah. But, you know, I had fun with it. I liked it. I liked that they had a complete adaptation, even if it was fast and they cut stuff out. It's like, I don't want to say it's an abridged thing, but it is a very condensed version of Tokyo Ghoul. I give it like a 6.5 to a 7 for the most part. So I'd put it probably up and decent. I would put it here. One thing I will say is that, especially because of how fast it is, there's a lot of characters and names who like make appearances and get said, and then I forget who they are. So I was watching it weekly as it was airing, and there was a guy on Reddit who, in the discussion thread on the r/anime subreddit, each week, he would post like a little diagram of all of the characters who appeared in that episode, like what their name was, who they were, just to refresh your memory so that you could keep up. That was really helpful for when I was watching it. If I didn't have that, it would be a lot harder to follow along, I think. Which, unfortunately, you know, that goes to say something about the show. Like, yeah, they didn't do a great job of showcasing all of these people, but I really don't think it was bad. I like the ending. We're getting so close. Tokyo Revengers I haven't seen. I'm not interested in it. Toradora. So I didn't mind it for a decent amount of the run. I liked the main guy, and I liked Ami, the blue hair girl. So I released a short about it before, and I've also talked about it before, but I don't really like Taiga. I like Tsundere's, but she's way too soon for me. I don't like the abusive types who are just constantly hitting the other guy. I don't think it's particularly funny. I don't think it's endearing. It's just annoying to me. Like, it's something that I would have thought was funny when I was 15. And now that I'm 26, I'm like, please miss me with that. There are good moments in Toradora for sure. I think some of the comedy is pretty good. I like Ryuji's mom. She's a good character. The whole like Christmas scene, I think definitely well done. That's like the Lost My Pieces thing, I think. But you know, you feel bad for some of the characters with how it went, and then I wasn't a huge fan of the ending either. Multiple aspects of it, I was like, why or what? So it's definitely, I see why it's such an iconic like first rom-com for a lot of people, but I don't really, especially as I've gotten older and I've looked back on it, not a huge fan. The ending or lack thereof was the biggest punch in the face of all. Yeah, it's like there's so much build up to, you know, the main pairing, and then I feel like there's all this build up. You're like, okay, cool, like it's happening, and then they just pull the rug out from under you. Like, haha, psych. Maybe not. And then there's like a 30-second scene at the very end that's, oh, here's a little teaser, haha, ha, and then it ends. Isn't that fun? Woo! Yeah, nice, cool. Toradora is good, but yeah, I agree, lots of little things add up. Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't say there's any huge problem, but it's a bunch of little things that annoy me that overall then kind of lower my opinion. But the biggest, I think, is Taiga. Like, I really when she was being Dere, I liked her more. Like, I didn't dislike her, so to speak, but I really didn't like how soon she was. So I would put it in meh. I'd probably put it here. We're down to the final 6. So we should be done by 1 a.m. Nice. I could probably still get like 6 hours of sleep. That's not too bad, I guess. I have seen all 6 of these. So no more haven't seens. Will only be up here. Vinland Saga. So I really liked the first season of Vinland Saga. I actually gave it a 10 when I first watched it. And then I dropped it to a 9 over time when I was thinking about it more. I think the weakest thing about Vinland Saga, honestly, is the main character, Thorfinn. I think he's pretty frustrating to watch at points. And again, like, objectively, you look at it, you can kind of understand why he acts like this and does the things he does. But it doesn't make it fun to watch at points. However, Askeladd, the main antagonist, I think is like one of the best antagonists of all time, one of the best characters of all time. That dude is awesome. Just a very fascinating, very interesting character. Wit is the studio. Just great production all around, amazing animation, beautiful art, great soundtrack. I have the physical CD of that. I really liked the ending of it. Like this big build up to this one main, like, I really liked the note that it ended on. I know season 2 is airing right now. I have not watched any of it. At this point, I don't know if I'll catch up or if I'll just wait for it to end and then I'll binge it all. I haven't decided yet. But I have heard that this arc that season 2 covers is also very good. As a whole, I thought Vinland Saga is a very, very strong drama. I would put it in amazing, and I would put it here. Violet Evergarden. So this is another one that I really liked, where I felt like the first season was stronger than any of the stuff that came after. First season I thought was just excellent all around. Again, very episodic with this kind of like overarching narrative. And I thought each of the episodic ones, like, you know, some are better than others, but the vignette style thing was nice to give Violet like gradual development over time by meeting all of these different people and interacting with them and learning about them and their lives. I do think that episode 10 of Violet Evergarden, which is the daughter and her mom, again, if you've seen it, you know, probably like one of the best anime episodes of all time. I think episode 10 of Violet Evergarden is probably the hardest that I've cried watching any type of anime or movie or TV show or game. Like, any type of media I've consumed, I don't think I've ever cried as hard as I did for episode 10 of Violet Evergarden. That was an incredible episode, extremely well done, very emotional. Highly recommend watching it. And I really liked the note that the main series ended on as well. I thought that was like a satisfying, relatively satisfying end to Violet's like journey. And then they made the side movie and the sequel movie. The side movie was good. It just felt like a longer episode. The sequel movie, it had some good points. Again, great soundtrack. I do feel like there are aspects to it that I just felt like were unnecessary. I would have been totally fine if the movie never happened, to be honest. But I still liked the movie, if that makes sense. Like, it didn't detract from my enjoyment of the series, but it also didn't feel necessary. And it kind of, I don't want to say it undoes stuff from the main series, but it makes it feel less like, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say less impactful either, but that's the closest I can think of. But I do like the very, very, very final scene of the movie as well, to like cap off Violet's journey. So I would say like the main season is a 9, and then the side movie and the main movie are like 8s. So I would still put this, oops. I would still put this in amazing. And I would put it around here, yeah. So we have 6, 8, 9. I think we have almost all of my top 10 anime right here. It's missing like 2 or 3 things. And they're not in this list either. The only of my top animes, or like top 10 anime that it's missing, is A Place Further Than the Universe and Bocchi the Rock. I've not seen any of these, so I'm going to trust your judgment here. I've tried it a few anime, but the hardest crying is Marvel for me. Which Marvel movie was it that really got you? I cried or teared up at quite a few of these at the top. Planet, I cried pretty hard. Violet, I cried pretty hard at that one specific episode. And then I teared up at Gurren Lagann. I teared up in Steins Gate. I actually teared up at a scene in Food Wars. I teared up in Vinland Saga. I cried in Made in Abyss. I think that's it in terms of like tearier crying. I teared up at A Silent Voice. I did cry a lot at Your Lie in April here. All right, let's keep going. Last 4 should be done by 1. Yeah. Weathering with You. So this is a Makoto Shinkai movie. Not a huge fan of it. Visuals are phenomenal. Music is phenomenal. I think there's the insert scene called the song is called Grand Escape. It happens towards the very end of the movie. I would say one of the best insert songs and insert scenes that I've ever seen in anime. But the main story, like the characters I thought were okay. Story, I was like it just, I wasn't super into the characters or story in Weathering with You. Like I didn't get super attached to anyone. I didn't like, I don't want to say I didn't care, but I wasn't like, what's the word I'm looking for here? It was just okay. It was okay. I would put it in decent. And I would put it at the end of decent, I think. It's mostly like, I kind of treat it as like an eye candy thing. Like Feast for the Eyes and Ears. In terms of like actual substance, I was like, eh. I mean, Endgame and Infinity War are up there, but No Way Home is up there too. Maybe Guardians of the Galaxy. The only one of those I've seen is the first Guardians of the Galaxy. But I heard very good things about Endgame. I have seen a bunch of clips from it. And I can think of 1 or 2 scenes from that I think would probably be tearjerkers if you're really big into Marvel. Same thing with No Way Home. I haven't seen it, but I've been spoiled on a lot of it because everybody talks about it. So I can think of a scene or 2 from that as well. I need to get around to watching some of those. Don't worry, Leo, Cammy is going to murder us for sure. There's no escape for Sebi and Leo this time. Carry on our legacy, Master. I don't know. Master might get taken down too. Depends. Depends how strict she's feeling with the leash. Spoiler out of context. Don't forget the full feeling, I don't think, but you can get the vibe. Yeah, I think it is more of like a vibe thing. Like you can infer certain things that might happen based on people's reactions and even not being spoiled specifically, but just based on the out of context stuff. Spoilers out of context don't convey the full feeling, I don't think, but you get the vibe. Yeah, for sure. Being attached to the characters and actually experiencing it is more emotional than just hearing about it or seeing a clip, yeah. All right, final 3, Wodokoi. So I really like Wodokoi as a adult-only workplace rom-com. Again, like, as an adult, I really like seeing the all-adult casts. And I really like that they're all the characters are just otaku. So seeing, like, how the things they like, you know, like, they're relatable in that sense, you know? Like, some of them like collecting figures, watching anime, playing games, going to conventions, doing cosplay. Like, they all have their weeb otaku interests, so it's more relatable. It's very funny. Numerous heartwarming scenes. That was a big yawn. I actually have read the full manga, and I really, really like the manga. There's a bunch of great stuff in the manga that didn't make it to the anime because it's not a full adaptation, which is unfortunate. But the anime is still very strong by itself. And I would highly recommend it for any rom-com fans. I would put Wotakoi up in B, and I would probably put it I'd put it here, right around Horimiya, but I would give a slight preference to Wotakoi just because it's all adult workplace stuff, so it's a little more relatable to me. I would actually probably put that above Erased as well. Last two, Your Lie in April. I really liked this series. I believe I binged the whole thing in 1 or 2 days. I was a raisin afterwards because of how much I cried at the final episode. Your Lie in April has, I would say, probably the best soundtrack I've heard in an anime. Just absolutely 10 out of 10 front to back. Amazing electronic elements, amazing piano. It's just a phenomenal soundtrack. Great visuals as well. Very tear-jerking story. It's good in terms of, like, it's a very much a self-improvement story, and, like, you know, experiencing trauma and righting the ship and continuing on type of thing. Very bittersweet, sad ending, but it's still very much a look towards the future type of thing, which I appreciated. I got very attached to 1 or 2 of the main characters. The performance scenes for the actual music was, again, like 10 out of 10. And I did cry a lot in the last episode. I think I had to pause the screen, or pause the episode a couple times because I couldn't see it. I really want to watch it. Coming from music, it seems so intertwined with music. Yeah, I would highly recommend it. There are aspects that some people don't like to it, and, like, objectively I can see why people might not like those aspects, but as a whole, I quite liked it. I think there's a bunch of very memorable scenes. You know, there are small things with the story where I was like, ugh, you know, but they're teenagers, so teenagers don't say or do the smartest things a lot of the time. The music, though, is 10 out of 10. Like, best music I've heard in an anime. So, from a music background, I think you would very much appreciate that as well. The performance scenes and the actual soundtrack. I would put Your Lie in April in A tier. This is tough. Like, do I put it over Jujutsu? I got more attached to it, but it wasn't necessarily more fun. I feel like I'm just overthinking it again so close to the end of the stream. Oh, I totally forgot Fruits Basket is in my top 10. And that wasn't in here. Silly, silly, silly. And K-On! What the... I don't know how I forgot about Fruits Basket and K-On! Disappointed in myself. Where did my thing go? There we go. So, I I think I could probably leave it where it is. You know what? No. I'm gonna give it the benefit. It's April right now. You're lying, April. It moves up. I'd even put it above ReZero. Actually, no. I would put ReZero above that. I once stopped watching an anime because it was too much emotional damage for me to handle. Haven't gone back since. What anime was that, Sebi? K-On! I've seen twice. Oh, K-On! Is great. Lucky Star 2, both great slices of life. There we go. We all agree on K-On! I love K-On! Yeah, that's a great slice of life, great comedy. Got a lot of heart. I did cry in K-On! As well. Season 2, it might be episode 21. That's the one where they have their like final performance at the school. The scene after their performance when they're in the club room, that made me cry. Like, we were great, weren't we? Like, making plans for a future they know aren't going to come type of thing. That was heartbreaking. I think I actually... So KyoAni had that big like arson fire. I think I watched K-On! Right around the 1-year anniversary of that. So I think the K-On! Thing, like, I mean, that was a, I think, emotional scene in general, but part of the reason I probably ended up crying because of it was it was like right around the 1-year anniversary of the fire that took the lives of so many of the of the KyoAni staff. And it was also like during the height of the pandemic. So it was like being stuck at home, not seeing friends. It was like a year after I'd graduated college. So then I'm like, missing my college friends and roommates and how I haven't seen any of them because of the pandemic. And, in K-On! They're kind of going through the same thing because they, they're approaching graduation at that point. So I think it probably hit harder because of some of those reasons, but it was still very much an emotional scene in general. I haven't seen Lucky Star, though. I heard it was good. It's emotional when you get choked up talking about it. Yeah, that happened to me for something Enclanted at one point as well. I would say, but looking at my collection of 100 plus Blu-rays of anime, I can't remember which one that caused me emotional damage. That's an impressive collection. 100 plus, damn. I think I had like 30 to 35 at my peak, and now I'm down to like 20-ish, and I'm still trying to sell like another 10 to 15 of them. That fire was crazy. It was almost surreal it happened. Yeah. Makes me sad thinking about, because I really like KyoAni stuff, so there's a lot of very talented people who were unfortunately taken in that fire. Sadly, when the pandemic hit, my life was basically exactly the same. I mean, I'm lucky that I graduated right before that happened, so I feel bad for people who were supposed to graduate college, like, during the pandemic. I'm not the most social person, so to an extent, portions of the pandemic where I was like, man, I got to stay at home all the time. Awesome. Like, yeah, but even for someone who's introverted like me, like at some point I start itching for like wanting to see my friends and whatnot rather than just talking online. All right, the very last one, 103. It's gonna hit like 5 hours on the stream by the time it finishes. I never thought I would be doing that on a Tuesday. Woo. The joys of talking about anime, huh? Next time I do a tier list, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on the clock better. All right, last anime here. Top 100 of all time. Your Name, another Makoto Shinkai movie. His most popular one, I would say his best one. Again, another one that I don't love it. I don't think it's like this 9 out of 10 that a lot of people seem to think for it. But it is a good movie. I think it's another thing that would be a great intro to anime for people who haven't watched any. Production, again, just phenomenal. The soundtrack from Radwimps is great. They always make good music. Visuals, spectacular. I do like the characters in the story in this more than Weathering with You, which is his other movie. The main two, I think their names are like Taki and Mitsuha or something like that. I do like that ship and their relationship. I do think my issue with Makoto Shinkai is a lot of his movies are kind of open-ended endings. Like, either it doesn't get a conclusion, or it's a very, like, ambiguous, or, like, there's an implication of what happens, but you don't actually get to see it happen, so to speak. And I think Your Name and Weathering with You make slight improvements to that. Like, they're not as ambiguous or open-ended as some of his previous ones. Like, I think Garden of Words and 5 centimeters per second and Voices of a Distant Star, like, those are some other ones he did. I think those are him. And those are all a lot more like that. So I do think Weathering with You had a good ending. And it had that one really, really emotional scene with the handwriting thing. Like, if you've seen it, it's very much a if you know, you know type of thing again. But I did really like that scene. I think Your Name is like a solid 7.5. It's not like a blow me away type movie, but it's a good, easy to watch movie. I think whether you like anime or not, you can still enjoy that movie. So I would put it in good, but towards the end, I think I'd probably put it around here. Your rapid fire needs some WD-40 or something. Yeah, it wasn't very rapid, was it? To have taken basically 5 hours to go through 100 anime. So that's basically 20 anime per hour, which means... Well, I mean, when you think about it, that's one anime every 3 minutes. Like, 3 minutes isn't really that long to talk about an anime. But when you consider that I basically didn't talk about these haven't seen ones, and there's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 32 of them, that means it was really more like 5 hours for 68 or something like that. But yeah, there's the full list. Let's see if I can do a control. There we go. So ignoring the haven't seen ones, there is the S, A, B, C, D, and F. More or less ordered from favorite to least favorite in each section as well. You should upload the list to Twitter. I won't see it, but you could get some engagement from the mad people in the replies. Yeah, I could always farm some engagement there. I probably will post it. Probably tomorrow, though. Well, technically today, since it's past midnight now. It's 1 a.m. But yeah, I probably will post it. Still, sometimes 3 minutes ain't enough. Sometimes you need 10 or more. Definitely, especially for the ones that you like more. People on Twitter always wake up choosing violence. Yes, they are. I like Twitter a lot because that's where I get a lot of fan art. And I keep up with news on anime and games, and there I have a bunch of mutuals. I mostly like it for the fan art, but I do like it as a consumer. But it is frustrating seeing how many people on there are just to be toxic. Reddit is kind of the same. Great for news, and there are some very good, like, I like the weekly discussion threads for anime and manga chapters. And there's a couple other subreddits. I like quite a bit as well. But there's a lot of just like toxic, I'm better than you types as well, which is, you know, I mean, those types of people are going to be everywhere, but I probably just notice them more on Twitter and Reddit because those are the platforms I use the most. Well, this is quite the masterpiece we have on our hands here, huh? I basically just go on there to see what's new with that Leo guy. Hey, that's something, yeah. Maybe a lot of the time it's just stream stuff, either schedule or stream announcement. But you get the occasional random things about something I did or went to or ate or whatever. or like a gacha thing. All right. Well, I think that is going to be the end of this stream. Just about to hit 5 hours. I seriously did not expect this to go longer than 2.5, maybe 3 hours. So I'm a little shocked right now. But we had a pretty good chat today. Hopefully you guys found it enjoyable. Thanks for sticking with me and staying active throughout the rest of the stream. I actually made some of my waiting rooms further in advance this time, believe it or not. I know, crazy. So, you can see what's upcoming, but I was off by an hour, not too bad. Upcoming streams for the rest of the week, we have Henry Stickmin on Thursday, first time playing that. Continuing Callisto Protocol on Saturday, hopefully finish it, I don't know. I looked up how much more was left of it, and it seems like I'm not as far as I thought I was. So, I don't know if I'll be able to finish it Saturday, but we'll see. And then Sunday, Master Duel. I didn't get to play it last week, so it'll be the first one in 2 weeks. Good variety. Usual times, 8 p.m. on Thursday, 2 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Henry Pogman. We'll see how pog it really is when I get to it, yeah. Master Duel's in a bad place right now. I heard because of tier limits got added, and I guess it's like tier 0, so a bunch of people are just using it, and it's super OP. But since I'm in gold, hopefully I don't run into too many of them. Can't wait for Henry Stickmin. I watch all the videos from that clip around Hololive Henry Stickmin. Nice. Hopefully it's a fun game then. I mean, it does seem funny, and it'll be funny to see how many like references and memes I get. I don't think I've seen very much from that clipper. I have seen a few Hololive things for it, but if I'm planning on playing it, I try to not watch too much just so I can go in mostly blind. Like, I know Altair from Hollow Stars was playing Callisto somewhat recently, and like, you know, I would watch, but I'm gonna play Callisto at some point, so then I didn't want to spoil myself. I uninstalled today, lol, it's in every rank in pure misery, yikes. Well, hopefully I don't run into it too much, and if I do, then I don't know. I could always just go through some solo mode, I guess, if I get too frustrated, since you can get rewards from that still. And I haven't done most of the solo mode stuff. But that's unfortunate to see. Hopefully they are watching players' reactions and they see just how annoyed people are getting with it. Ah, my face froze. There we go. Yeah, I mean, if people are that upset with tier elements and a lot of people are tweeting them and giving feedback and whatnot about how annoying it is, maybe they'll hit them with a bigger limit or ban list or something. Dimension Shifter is your friend, Abyss Dweller is your friend. I still have to make my short for tomorrow too. So many things on the agenda. Busy, busy, busy. I think they're at the same as the TCG. Okay. I wasn't sure how different they are from like the actual TCG and the OCG. All right. I'm going to call the stream there. 1:14 a.m. Hopefully finish making my short and getting ready for bed by like 1:30 a.m. And I'll see you guys on Thursday for Henry Stickmin if you're able to make it. If not, you know, all good. Totally understand. Life is life. But as usual, end of stream spiel. Thanks for the stream, Leo. Hope you and Master have a good rest of your night. Thank you, Sebi. Hope you have a good rest of your night as well, and a good closing shift tomorrow. I am Leo Lovelace, scientist VTuber from the future. I hope you enjoyed yourself on this stream. Thank you for being active in chat and sticking with me through a very long one on a Tuesday night. I do appreciate that, as always. I constantly say it, but the engagement in chat and liking stuff and just showing up for things and watching, even just lurking, totally cool. Very much appreciate it. I also mentioned it on the YouTube community page and Twitter, but today is my 2-month anniversary of streaming, so hard to believe it's already been 2 months, but we've done more than 30 streams, so we're averaging more than one stream every 2 days, or basically one every 2 days, which is good. Yeah, just crazy to me that it's already been 2 months and had some good growth, got some good chatters, got some good engagement. It's all been a lot of fun. So thank you for sticking with me. Hopefully you've been having fun with me and enjoying the streams and the shorts and everything like that. Happy 2 months. Thank you, Master. Happy 2 months. And yeah, again, next stream's Thursday, Henry Stickmin, Saturday, Callisto, Protocol, and Sunday, Master Duel. So hopefully catch you on a future stream or short. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you again for watching and chatting and all the support. I remember when you had only 16 subs, they grew up so fast. Yeah, I think I was at 16 right around maybe like a week or 2 or 2 weeks after starting, maybe. I think I was at 16 shortly after my anime awards, which was like a week. And then I had some good luck with some shorts. They aren't popping off quite as much as they used to, but, you know, hard to figure out if that's the content or if that's the time I post it or the quality of the short. Who knows? Just got to keep the grind up. They do grow up fast. Time flies, man. Time flies when you're having fun. And I've certainly had fun. All right, thank you again for watching. Hope you have a good rest of your night. And I will catch you on the next stream. Bye-bye.